wrecked economy? Who had the most livable economy? We're going to start there today. Trump or Obama? That's the discussion. The most livable economy. Right now, everything, recalls, is crazy. So, was all this going on when Obama was popping? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. What's going on with y'all? Let me get a question up here. Make sure y'all take the poll as you're coming in, too. Make sure you take it. Most livable economy, man. Because right now, you don't know whether you're coming or going. Wake up tomorrow, gas going up quickly. All that talk of it's going down. That was a myth on it. Aesop fables. Who had the most livable economy? Trump versus Obama, y'all. Smash that like, y'all. Come in, come in, come in. For whatever reasons, we all gonna have different answers to this question. Somebody give me a sound check. Is the music popping? What's going on? Come in, come in, come in. Who had the most livable economy? Trump versus Obama. Because one thing I don't hear when we speak of Obama, we always say, well, what did he do for black people? What did he do? You don't hear that he was stifling anybody. Well, do you know that he sent 300 Mexicans back across the border? But I really don't hear it. Maybe, but you don't really hear that Obama was stifling the economy. Like Trump, his main thing is stifling the economy when it's supposed to be making it great again. So, most livable economy, in your opinion. Let's get some lights up too. Somebody give me a sound check too. I got the talk radio, you know what I mean, going on in the background. Give me a sound check on it. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. 5 of y'all in here. Y'all tapping the stream as you come in. And the question, the conversation today is who had the better monopoly on keeping some groceries in our house and the bills kind of, who had the most livable economy? Trump versus Obama. Smash that like, y'all, and share me out. Double tap as you come in. Make sure y'all taking the poll also. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Who divided America? Make sure y'all taking the poll, fam. There's 5 of y'all in here. Good morning, good afternoon, good day. Good top, good napping, depending on what part of the world you in. That's what it is. Bonus noches, bonus dias. Let's get them lights up first and foremost. Because right now, man, like gas went down and then it shot back up. It went down, stayed for a minute, then it shot back up after these last missiles got launched. Iran circled the United States. So what y'all think about that? Y'all think now we are embroiled in a World War III type of situation where Ukraine and Iran, the two people that are getting oppressed, they busting at each other now. Ukraine and Iran are busting. So now, you know, shit happened in real time, but it happened triple time. You understand what I'm saying? What happened might be a chain reaction to set off something, you know what I mean, 2 or 3 years from now. Like, so are we living in the first days, the first volleys, the first shots of the of World War III? It kind of feel like it because of everything that was going on before. Like with Trump and the money, he was fucking with the money. Now he been fucking with the oil and the food. You know, gas. This when we say barrels of oil is used for so many things on the planet, as opposed to just filling up cars and trucks. It's used to make anything that you have plastic derivatives. So many things that we use it cooking. Some people, I mean, it's all kind of things that comes out of that oil. You feel me? I'm telling you, you will be surprised. All these nuts and bolts have to be oiled. All these oil-based products, WD-40, you know, you name it. It's just a myriad of things that we depend on having this oil for. And a barrel of oil ain't number 43 gallons of oil. You understand what I'm saying? A barrel of oil is 43 gallons. So that's where they get the price from. If y'all didn't know, when they say if it's $80 a barrel, it's 43 gallons in there. You feel me? Smash that like. 15 of y'all in here. Let's get them lights up, man. Let's get this popping. Most livable economy. Trump versus Obama, man. When Obama was in office, was you eating good? He seemed to have been a family-orientated man. Was he taking care of the family? Was you eating good? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Most livable economy. That's the conversation. There's 11 of y'all in here right now. Let's get them up, man. Let's get them up. Y'all double tap the stream, man. It's free. It's not the electric chair. It's not the electric chair. But yeah, what the climate right now is, they got all these food recalls. There's so much going on, man. Food recalls and almost make you don't even want to go shopping. Lori Park says most livable in America was under Obama. The economy was intact when he left after the 8 years that Trump inherited. Within the 4 years of his administration, instead of improving, he dismantled it. Okay, I'll go for that. I'll go for that. What's going on with you this morning, Lori Park? What's up with you? Okay, so there we have it. We got an Obama, most livable economy. And for the most part, you didn't say anything wrong. I agree with you. Let's see here. You say Obama's economy was intact. Chilling, Jerry Garcia. What's been up with you? Good morning, family. What's up with you? Chilling, 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 chilling. Yeah, man. Most livable economy. Trump versus Obama, Jerry. What's your opinion? Lori says most livable economy in America was Obama. The economy was intact when he left after the 8 years that Trump inherited. Within the 4 years of the administration, instead of improving it, he dismantled it. Anybody agree with that or disagree? Shout out everybody coming through. It's 17 of y'all in here. Let's double tap that stream. Let's get them likes up. Let's get this conversation held. Most livable economy, Trump versus Obama. Right now, Trump is public enemy number one. For some folks, you can't even wear a Trump t-shirt. You don't even see MAGA out here flagging no more like when he was running, and it's strange. MAGA is so silent right now. Smash that like, man. Share me out. What's going on with MAGA? Anybody consider themselves MAGA? Can you give me some feedback on what's going on with y'all? I'm telling you, you don't see MAGA nowhere. You don't see people with Donald Trump shirts, and Donald Trump is the president. Shouldn't they be running around? You know what I mean? You don't see nobody coming in here. It's the sign of the times or what? You don't see nobody coming in here saying Donald Trump is king. Well, it'll trickle in, but at one time, that shit was crazy. Also, on the flip side, you don't see people coming in saying, watch out for the Project 2025. And have you heard about the Project 2025? None of that conversation is going on. Not in this chat stream when it used to be. It used to be heavy Project 2025, heavy down with Steve Miller, heavy, you know what I mean? People are quiet and silent. Is it because of the hunger? Or is it because of the guilt? You know what I mean? Or is it because of the privileged? Which one is it, man? Most livable economy, Trump versus Obama is the conversation. Double tap the stream as you come in, or smash that like, depending on what kind of media device you're using. Because people are crazy out there. They can't wear anything with Trump. That's sort of like you can't wear anything with Hitler. Ain't that crazy? Because like I keep telling y'all, Hitler was saying the Jews was a problem. And he did what he had to do. I don't have nothing to do with it. I didn't have a dog in the fight. But you people will say you can't wear a Hitler mustache, you can't wear a swastika or a Hitler t-shirt, but you'll quote the same thing he says. It's the Jews. Down with the Jews. Get rid of the Jews. You understand what I'm saying? Where Hitler was saying the Jews took over Europe, now it's the Jews are controlling America. It's the same thing. But you know what I mean? It's cool when you say it, but when he said it, you had a problem. And that's what I'm saying about it. But shit, if you down with Trump, you down with him. Should you care? People are crazy out here, and you'll still catch a white boy with a rebel flag on. You know what I mean? People are crazy out here. You know what I'm saying? You'll catch them out there. It's like when weed wasn't too legal in some states, people will still wear a weed shirt, and that would be synonymous with he smoked weed. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember that? When wearing a weed shirt was damn near like fight the power, was like bucking on the government. Smash that light. You say Trump is still trying to fix the economy from Biden's 4 years. But what did Biden do in his 4 years to fuck the economy up? That's what I'm trying to say. Y'all say he was sleepy. MAGA Republican strong. Jerry Garcia. Jerry Garcia. And what part of the country are you in again? Let me. Is it either New Mexico or is it New Hampshire? Smash that like Rhode Island even. Smash that like Texas. Wow, I was way off. Is they flagging like that for MAGA in Texas? Texas is a little more introverted state. They got bread. Y'all notice all the states with bread, those people be up at the New York. You can't tell them New York. New York, like, nah, shut. You know what I'm saying? Chicago, they'll beat you. You know what I mean? All the metropolitans, the people are so, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Smash that light. It's now that y'all in here, man. Let's get them lights up. Double tap the stream. Are we in a new era? Obama, Diane, can you give me 3 reasons why you say Obama had the most livable economy? And what's going on this morning, Diane? Sending number blessings to everybody that's checking this out, man. The conversation is most livable economy. They still talking about Project 25. Those MAGA supporters who voted for him. You're hearing nothing but complaints. They didn't vote for this. Yeah, you did read the repercussions from it. Okay, let me read that over again. I read this shit like hooked on phonics. It's all good though. They still talking about it on Project 25. Those MAGA supporters who voted for him, you're hearing nothing but complaints stating they didn't vote for this. Yes, you did reap the repercussions from it. Right. You know what I'm saying? But who knows what they voted for when they vote, because these politicians lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Who wins is the person who can tell the best lie. Okay. Star Finley says, I'm MAGA and actually we're just working and taking care of our families. We're not like Democrats who don't have Soros paying our bills. Well, you should not have Soros. You should have Trump paying your bills, in my opinion. What do you feel about this, Star Finley? Any of your bills late? You know what I'm saying? Because if they are, you should not even be supporting MAGA, because Donald Trump was just on TV saying his bills were overpaid because he just made a couple of billion. He got a whole loaf of bread, and I didn't hear him one time say, here you go, MAGA, here go a slice. Never. But he paid his mercenaries from January 6th, and half of them don't even fuck with him. I will always vote Republican, no matter who's running. Most Republicans are Republicans, no matter who is the president is. For sure, Sarah, because you notice the president was Democrat, Republic, and now he done slipped outside of it and formed his own little group, MAGA. So, you know what I mean? So, I'm going to ask y'all this. Are y'all MAGA supporters and people that consider themselves MAGA in the chat screen right now? Do you think MAGA will survive without Donald Trump? When Donald Trump is out of the picture, even when he's not the president, will the MAGA survive? And who is a viable candidate to take over MAGA in your eyes and in your opinion? Smash that like. Live says all politicians are scumbags, and anybody that supports politicians are blind scumbags. Wow. Jerry Garcia says 100% red MAGA Republican. Jerry Garcia, do you consider Donald Trump MAGA even if he is not the president, and will you consider him your political leadership even after the presidency? Because that's what a validity comes in at, because if you still are behind him after he's not the president, then that might be considered a militia in itself. Smash that like. No, I think Make America Great Again will turn into crap America out again. Okay, Sarah. Okay, but when are we going to start making America great again? John, good morning. What's going on with you, John O'Valley? John O, what's up with you? John O, what's up, family? Both Obama inherited job losses. Obama passed Recovery Investment Act. Trump added more tariff. Yep, Trump did do all this tariff stuff. Diane says Trump has the worst economy. Fact. Stop blaming Biden for what the whole damn corrupt terrorist organization is doing. Trump is the worst president in history in the country. Fact. Deal with it. Wow. Biden came in on a Biden came in on a catastrophic Trump because of COVID. Obama versus Bush Jr. be a better conversation, or Biden versus Trump. During Biden cola went up average 4 years. Five. Okay. Biden versus Trump, Mr. Stevens. You know what? I think so, man. Militias are not illegal, but you say militias aren't illegal, but if they weaponize what they are arming up for that's illegal to weaponize something. If it's a militia and it's against black people and they're weaponizing it, that's illegal because black people are citizens of the United States, and it's illegal to go against your government with a militia, to form a militia against the government. You say MAGA is a cult. Okay. I'm going to say this. For the majority of MAGA is just poor white people who was looking for a change because the Democrats seemed like they was basing all their attention on their black votes, where they snatch everything from, and the Republicans and MAGA and them are basing all their votes on the white folks that they snatching everything from, the poor white folks. And that's crazy. The Democrats depend on the poor black people and the other colors that fall under the banner of colored people, shall we say, and the Republicans and the MAGA, they depend on the poor white people. And that's crazy. Yeah, violence is violence. Smash that like. And my boy Space Dust got the BMC Discord popping off over there too, y'all. Y'all get over there and join it. Have you joined the BMC Discourse? The link is right there. Hit that link, man, and get over there and join the Discourse. Let's show Space Dust some support over there. Smash that like. There's 10 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them likes up, man. Most livable economy. Trump versus Obama. Who divided America? Do I believe in 2A? The only thing I know about 2A is a new film company that's on the beginning of all of these movies be watching on Tubi and stuff. You'll see 2A. So maybe Paramount and the other Colombian merge, and that's what they calling it, 2A. What's 2A? Give me, Jerry says, I blame Biden for 4 years. Biden didn't do nothing for America. Trump is the best president. Trump is saving America. MAGA is not a cult. Nobody seems to know they're in a cult group. Dude, you do realize that the people that's in a cult group don't feel like they're in a cult group. They feel like they the best thing since sliced bread. For real. The Second Amendment. Quote the Second Amendment to me live. Trump divided America. The answer is to get rid of the whole corrupt regime, corruption at the highest level. Fact. Diane, if we get rid of them, the next one will step up. Ha ha ha. Good morning. Thanks. Coffee and great conversation. That's what it is, John. Dope. You know what I mean? We on that goddamn good conversational dope, family. Trump is destroying America. Fact. Open your eyes, says Diane. Now, my opinion on the Second Amendment live is the Second Amendment was written by straight white Protestant males, allegedly, who owned slaves, who all weren't so straight, who also all weren't so Protestant. You know what I mean? It was designed around them. Everybody else was a soul culture. So the Second Amendment is neither here nor there with me. It wasn't pertaining to me. Everything thus far, after the Gettysburg Address and Emancipation Proclamation, and I'll look at what pertains to me is after the New Deal and desegregation. All that stuff after that pertains to me. The Constitution and all these amendments, the only thing that pertains to me is they started around the 12, 13, 14, 15. Everything above that, the original Constitution, no. I say it was designed for straight Protestant Americans, American males, straight Protestant European males, because America was in its baby, you know what I'm saying? America dream became a nightmare. You got to pay for the American dream. I think Durham. William says Smith Month Moderation Act legal propaganda the Obama. What is that, William? You see all MAGA supporters and all the food purchase line taking the losses, applying for EBT, their homes becoming homeless, filing bankruptcy, losing it all for their Lord and Savior Trump. Ain't that crazy, Lori? I see that now. I do see that. A lot of MAGA people are hungry, but they'll still say I'm MAGA. I'm MAGA. I'm MAGA. Because it's the stubbornness as an American and as, you know what I mean? We could be some stubborn motherfuckers. We know the shit going down. We don't even want to admit it. Nah, it's good. It's good. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. First man to have the right to own slaves for the record, life recognized by the Virginia courts. No, Avingdor. No, he wasn't. I'm from 2 miles away from there. I point it out when I go to the ocean every time. No, you got that. All that stuff is got that muddled and obscurity, and it's a propaganda stunt. You know what I mean? Anthony Johnson, why was he, when he brought it, they say he brought the 2 African slaves. Why was it, then they say it was an African that brought them. The concept of America didn't even exist, or even being white or black did not exist at that time. The concept of white or black, it started 1705, after the 1690s when they had the Stonewall Rebellion and the Bacon's Rebellion is when they first formulated the concept of being white. Do you realize that? Being white was invented in America, the word white and black. All that stuff, is muddled in obscurity. And it was only 2. It was only 2 people that he purchased. And they were off a Spanish galleon. I'm within 2 miles from where it happened at. Y'all got it so obscure that you'll come and quote it like you know what you're talking about, Avingdor. That's just, I mean, whatever. Go through my shit. You'll see it. Go through my live streams. You see me when I go to the beach. I point it out. They got the plaque and everything. It's like mythology. Everybody wants to explain it like this black guy was. It doesn't matter. Just like y'all say the Democrats started the KKK, everybody joined. You understand what I'm saying? And that does not, justify the systematic slavery of thousands of people of color all around the world because this first guy that's supposed to have bought these slaves, you know what I'm saying? That is crazy, Avingdor, but it is what it is, family. Yeah, it wasn't no such thing as Virginia courts. You know what I mean? It was no such thing as Virginia courts in the 1600s. You feel me? Everything was done under captain's mass. If you know anything, the law that was governed back then, it was under captain's mass. I don't have to look it up. It's muddled. I'm trying to tell you, I live 2 miles away from where it happened at, Avingdor. It's folklore. You know what I mean? You're saying what happened wrong. You know what I mean? They took him to court for their freedom. But in 1705 is when the concept of white and black was created here, dude. Stop quoting propaganda. You understand what I'm saying? All that stuff is printed up to justify the means. You have to know this, fam. What you mean I can look it up? I can take you to the plot where it's telling you where it happened at. I can take you to the exact spot where it happened at. Off of Fort Monroe, off of Comfort Point. In the Chesapeake Bay, my G. Go scroll through my live streams. You'll see it. You'll see the beach scene. That's right over there. That's right there. Smash that like. I live within 2 miles where some of the first English Europeans and Spanish Europeans came to the New World and jumped off and got mud on their boots, man. Smash that like. Most livable economy. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? You know what I'm saying? Whose economy was more livable? Trump versus Obama. And matter of fact, man, while we back in slave days, Avingdor, who had the most livable economy? Trump versus Obama. We ain't gonna turn this shit into no Alex Haley shit today, fam. You gonna have to go fight your fight somewhere else. Right now, we trying to politic, my G. This will keep us back. Remember the shit, but keep going, homie. Smash that like. Sending nothing but blessings, G. With that, we going too far back. So most livable economy, Trump versus Obama, man. Smash that like. Shout out everybody coming through. far left Democrats are now accepting socialism. I know socialism and communism. These foreign politicians came from other countries where it was bad. They are trying to make America worse. And that's crazy, ain't it? That seems to be the new go-to. Democratic socialism. Democratic progressive. But you know what? That word progressive been bubbling in our community for a couple of goddamn years now. That word progressive. Seemingly progressive means communism. Jerry, what you think about that word progressive? That progressive word mean communism, don't it? That shit been percolating in our political jargon for some years now. And it seemed like all the soccer moms and dads that got fired at their job was pushing that progressive stuff. So the Democratic Socialists have been bubbling in our community for decades now, ever since the Red Scare in the '60s. Because y'all know, in the '50s, the McCarthyism. Y'all know that's what it has its origin in, the McCarthyism. Even the term third world. Smash that like. The SHRM, you say Obama had the most livable economy. Can you give me 3 reasons why you consider Obama having the most livable economy? Smash that like, y'all. You say you really don't know. Wow. It's something that Jerry Garcia doesn't know. That's what it is. Jerry, what kind of coffee you drinking, fam? What kind of coffee you drinking? And how much is the gas out there where y'all at, man? Everybody that's checking this out. How much is the gas in y'all area, fam? The Lone Ranger. Hi-oh, Silver. What's going on, Lone Ranger? What's up with you? Oh, hey, where's Tonto? Where's Tonto? God damn, we got a goddamn. We got Jerry Garcia in here, the Lone Ranger. You know what I mean? The Sharon B. Wow. Smash that like, man. Shout out everybody coming through showing that super support. Just chilling. That's all we can do now in this climate. It's 80 degrees. 10:30 in the morning, it's 80 degrees. Okay, about 325. That's kind of cheap, Jared. But you in Texas, you in oil country, so it should be a certain moderation. But shit, in some metropolitans, oil went up 50, 60 cents this week. Like, it's crazy. And what y'all say, it is the sign of the times? Y'all think we about to be embroiled in a World War III type of situation? Because for some reason, they done linked up Ukraine and Iran as combatants because of Russia. Okay, so because Russia got Ukraine hitting at Iran, you think Russia gonna take Iran back now? Like United States got Ukraine back? Because seeming they shaking hands with Zelensky and looking at this little short ass like. And y'all notice that Ukraine has came out to be a superpower in Europe. The other Europeans is quiet, Paquito. Ukraine did to Iran because Iran is a superpower in what they call the Middle East now. I call it Asia. They looking at Iran like, damn, they held the motherfuckers off. Wow. Welcome to Texas, Houston area. Okay. You in the Sugar Land. You in Sugar Land. I bet the majority of the chat hates people like Wesley Hunt, the Hooted Twins, and Officer. I heard of these people, but I don't even know whatever platform they're on, fam. So I know that you're talking about some content creators because of this Officer Tatum guy. His name been bubbling lately, but you know what you're doing right, Nick? You're spreading their name for somebody that doesn't know who they are. Possibly you quite might be giving them a little promo. All publicity is good publicity, good or bad. It's not like when they turned Erica Kirk on to Black America by way of Drewski. 99% of the people who watched that skit didn't even know who she was, but probably 25% of them Googled and found out who she was. Some of them adhered to her doctrine, and some of them was like, "Who the fuck is this white lady?" But it still was a promotional tool, you know. And what you just did was a form of um, promotion, whether positive or negative. Wesley Hunt, the Hooted Twins, and Officer Tate. Some people never even heard of them. So if you are against them, you just empowered them probably. Smash that like, y'all. Okay, Charlie. You say Iran should have. When did they attack us, Charlie? What are you talking about? Okay, you 30 minutes from Sugarland, Jerry. So you got some paper. You got your little bread too, boy. Smash that like. Shout out Jerry Garcia. Sarah, what's up with you? What's that emoji about? Officer Tatum, in your opinion, okay, some people come in and say he's spreading rumors and lies and innuendos, but I don't know. I don't follow any of these people. I look at them as competition. You know what I mean? I'll see their line, I'll see their titles, and I keep going because I don't like to sit back and listen to a lot of other people's opinions because my thoughts will get muddled, and then I'll find myself debating against them. And if I engulf myself in a bunch of crazy back and forth rhetoric, I won't be able to, you know what I mean, digest whatever I'm seeking down another particular rabbit hole. I'll relate it to it. That's why I don't watch none of those people. They competition, man. I'm here to, I mean, to politic with my constituents. You feel me? Most livable economy. Trump versus Obama. Because they can, if they can change your opinion on anything, if I change your opinion on anything, you did not believe it. World Revenger says Trump had the most livable economy. Can you tell me 3 reasons why you say Trump? World Revenger? The reason why Republican supporters, especially on Capitol Hill, are really hating now that the Democrats, they have flipped the strip, flipped the situation, starting with the shit really hating. But you know what, Lori? That's not Democrats doing that. It's the Democratic Socialists that are making them flip the strip because the Democrats are flipping the strip on the Democratic Socialists too. Simply, the Democratic Socialists have hid under the banner of the Democrats, and they're not even on the same page. The Democrats are straight political. Democrat Socialists are for change, community, all kind of shit. They trying to change the world. The politicians, the Republicans and the Democrats, they just want to get a little kickback. You know what I mean? They just want to be supported by their lobbyists. The Democratic Socialists, they trying to make everything free. Ain't nobody gonna get rich. You know what I'm saying? You say Obama had an easy world. Can you tell me why you consider Obama having it easy? The original Lone Ranger was a black cowboy. I corrupt Officer Tatum. That's exactly who he is. No, the original Lone Ranger was a black cowboy by the name of Bass Reeves. That's a different from an Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum is a no less a security guard. Police officers are the highest form of security guard. A sheriff has more power than them. Smash that like. Something that they took from Sharia law. They don't want Sharia law here, but sheriff is a direct result of Sharia law. You understand what I'm saying? The sheriff, you know what I mean? He, you know what I mean, protects Sharia law. If you know what I'm talking about. Half of our law that we deal with here is captain's mast. It's the same law that they were a captain on the ship, and then the other half was gleaned from the Moors when they came through Spain and went up into Europe and gave them, you know what I mean, science and politics and, you know what I mean, right. And what does sheriff mean? You feel me? Wow, LP Lindy, because they can't link him with him don't mean that he been with him. LP Lindy says the Indianapolis Colts. World Revenger says the economy was stronger when it passed to Obama, and he opened the floodgates for China to buy up chunks of Western infrastructure. Okay, okay. To regulate the people. And if the Sharia means to control the unworthy, so are they saying that the people are unworthy? You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to know what y'all are dealing with. We've been under Sharia law. Y'all, they're going to bring Sharia law. No. Every county that has a sheriff is Sharia law. And those sheriff was here before even people was being called white and black. That sheriff. You know what I mean? Even the concept of a sheriff. Go Google, since you want to Google something that's ancient, the sheriff of Nottingham. Smash that like. And that came from Sharia law. Daniels and Tatum are good people. Look, fam, we're not going to sit here and discuss Daniels and Tatum because seemingly they might have more Republican views than me. I don't want to go against them. I don't want to talk about them. Is that somebody you listen to, or that you know what I mean? That's on you, family. But I don't need the propaganda here. You know what I'm saying? They're good people. They're cool, fam. Please don't look at those two. Wow, they are competition. I'm a content creator. You know what I'm saying, Jerry? Nah, I can't look at them as no brethren or they competition right now. That's all I can conversate with them about is a YouTube in that comparison. Because in the real world, you know what I mean, we on two different um spectrums, family. You know what I'm saying, though, Jerry? That's what I'm saying. They competition. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about two clowns. I consider them clowns, especially the dude with the police shit. Come on, man. But to each his own. They have their opportunity and platform to speak on what they speak on. I do me. I don't do a lot of go watch him, go do that. You know what I mean? Hey, if anybody in here that's a content creator, drop your link. Go watch them. You know what I mean? Anybody in here content creator, text the letters BMC and go drop your link. Because them other dudes got theirs. We trying to got there gonna make sure all of us can get ours, family. We trying to make sure we can get ours. Yeah, anybody in here that's a content creator, you can text the letters BMC, lowercase, all day if you want to. It ain't tricking if you got it. And promote yourself, family. You know, those people like those content creators and stuff, they are promoting a particular agenda. They are even created for a particular agenda, whether good or bad on both sides. And I mean, they fixing food and eat, if that's your flavor. But you know what I mean? That ain't that. You know what I mean? I don't have a taste for that. You feel me? Smash that like, and you know, and me as an American, my thing is too to go check out something as in comparison. Never, because I'm trying to, you know what I mean, bring us together. You know what I mean, most livable economy, Trump versus Obama. Who divided us? I'm trying to find that resolve where we can all get on the same. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got my own agenda. Exactly. Shit. I got my own agenda, Nick. Either you get with it or, I mean, it is what it is. The floodgates on China to buy up chunks of infrastructure buying America island wasn't because of Obama. They started buying land with the U.S. They gave them permission to start selling their cars in the 70s. Yep, they started selling the cars, the Datsuns, the Daihatsus, the Hondas. The first it started with the farm equipment though, and even the link with the technology and our money in the 80s with Japan. Japan brought so many T-bills, and now it's coming to down. We supposed to be having to pay for this shit in a couple of weeks, or they was looking at a sale off. Japan was gonna sell a bunch of our T-bills, and all of a sudden now they had an earthquake. Well, did they create a distraction so it doesn't happen, and they'll have to depend on us further? Y'all know it's all a game, and they do use that weather stuff right now as a tool. You know what I mean? Weather wars, economic warfare, all that shit is being instituted right now. But there's so much conspiracy theory out there, we'll never believe it because we'll just think it's another conspiracy theory. Oh, that shit ain't real. They ain't doing that shit. Shit, you better believe it. As sure as the sun be shining, it be 100 degrees, all cloudy. And then on the flip side, it'll be raining like a motherfucker, no clouds. And then when we was younger, remember the clouds was like they was way back there? Now when you look up, this shit permanently cloudy like you on goddamn on a vampire movie or something. That the sky stay cloudy, and when it is clear, it's raining. Come on, man. But yeah, America is a business, and we've been selling off parts of our business since the conception of it. Although you know that you do realize that the UK, the United Kingdom, England now they done broke up. They're not the colonizers they used to be. After the Revolutionary War, we didn't take any of their businesses here. Most of the seaports and shipyards and stuff were owned by the British Crown now, which is the firm, you know, the British corporation. You know what I mean? But all of that stuff, they are still making money here in our country. I have a tunnel up the street from me now. It's owned by the people in this on the Saudi Arabia Peninsula, maybe the UAE or Saudi Arabia or somebody like that. But the Great Britain owned this tunnel for 99 years. You know, we sell off a lot of our shit. We allow them to tax the people for 90. Like, what the fuck? We allow them to tax people for 99 years with a tunnel that America is in America. Somebody in Saudi Arabia is reaping the benefits from it. A tunnel that leads from one city to the next. Smash that like, y'all. Good morning. What kind of coffee y'all drinking? But yeah, coffee. China also owns like Smithfield, the people that make all the meat in America. They got Jimmy Dean over there, Geno's, any I mean mainstream meat product. They might got some money in Tyson and Purdue. You notice we don't see Purdue commercial no more. Well, at least I don't. And maybe that might be because the plants is closing and up and all that stuff. Like that shit that popped off a couple of months back with Boar's Head. That was the Chinese affair. That was on them. They own the company. Smash that like most livable economy. Trump versus Obama. Good morning. What's going on with you? Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. Jerry Garcia. Is the economy fucked up in Texas where you at? Do you have a good quality of life? Do you have access to fresh meat and dairy products? You say the gas prices is moderate. Do they pay a decent wage, minimum as well as far as minimum wage? Do y'all have a bunch of replenishment centers out there? What's the economy like where you at? It's fucked up all over the U.S. Joe Lori, you can tell it how it is. It is. But it's some little pockets, some little hamlets. And that's what I be saying about like the EBT stuff and all that. In these little pockets where the company store is not recognizing the credit anymore, or there's no replenishment centers there, and what was making the money there has shut down, that's where it's most needed to help, and that's where it's going. And more than likely, they are white MAGA supporters that are in. I'm talking about like the Appalachian, you know what I mean, and Hill Country, the you know what I mean, right there in the middle America. It's fucked up out there, fam. Smash that like Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Lewis, which Gmail did you send it to? I never got your message either, Lewis. Smash that like. What's going on with you? BMC the formula at gmail.com. Smash that like. I'm chilling, fam. What's up with you? Doc says Texas got some good growth, but only because of the World Cup. Outside of that, it's hot as wages are down. The heat index has grown more over the last 20 years than the minimum wage. Okay, Doc, but you know the World Cup was only let's say because it's international. Let's say a year out, and it's gonna probably still be making money a year for a year. So what outside of that realm? Let's take us on a 5 year perspective. 5 years before the World Cup was, you know what I mean? Because you know it always starts when people start doing the hotel reservations and you know what I'm saying, gearing up for it, the construction of the different facilities that's gonna be used and all that stuff. But after that, you know what I'm saying? Before that, what was the, you know what I mean, in Texas? Okay, what was your name, Lewis? I got to check that out. I responded. What name was it? Louis S. Maurice. I'm gonna have to check that. I get so much correspondence. You might have not. Was you under Louis S. Maurice? Oh, that was you. Okay, you asked me did I have a Facebook? Yeah, it's too messy. What did you respond? What? I gotta go back and find that response. Was that on the YouTube interaction or was it through the Gmail? Because sometimes y'all know now YouTube you can directly talk to people by way of YouTube now, direct messages. I be getting so many messages, man, from people all over the country. Matter of fact, right now, shout out everybody from all over the country that always get in touch with Black Money and give you one tools and your opinion on all this stuff that we going through as Americans together. So right now, this most livable economy, Trump versus Obama. Okay, Lewis, I got you. I'm gonna have to go through my stuff and make sure I pinpoint it. What name was it under your name, Lewis? But yeah, I don't have none of those sites, man. They're too messy. That's what it is, Lewis. I don't have, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to network on them joints when, you know what I mean? YouTube is kind of different from Facebook and the other little social media sites. Hey, y'all see the young boy back at it again. He doing the Thomas Crown affair. That young boy that was just in Sinners, and then he was in Black Panther and Creed. Michael B. Jordan, he coming out with the Thomas Crown affair. Look pretty dope. But you know how they'll show you a preview of a movie, and everything that was good in the movie is in the preview. Smash that like, y'all. Y'all get over there and join the Discord too, man. My boy Space Dust got the BMC Discord popping over there. I'm not really a social media type of cat, but one of my super supporters and affiliates was interested in it. He said he gonna play some music over there too. So go over there and show that support to the BMC Discord. All right, Lewis. I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna go through my shit. I'm gonna call you today, man. I got you. All right, Lewis. Stay blessed, my G. Lewis. When you coming through, you ever find out that? Check. What's up? Good morning. Justice for Nolan Wells. What do you think about that, fam? That Nolan Wells stuff heating up. You think Bart did something to Nolan over Katie? You think Bart did something to Nolan over Kelly, fam? Over Katie? Because I'm trying not to be blowing on live like that. You know what I mean? That shit fucking up the sponsorship. Smash that like. Check what you got going on this morning. What's new on the Nolan Wells situation? Yeah, y'all ain't got no Facebook. That shit too messy, 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 messy. Check your 66. What's going on with you, fam? Y'all know y'all can get over there and get a BMC investor. We got that popping in membership. Get over and join the BMC. Show that super support. Also, make sure y'all turning on the notifications and that you are supporting the BMC by way of the subscribers. I like to say supporters because subscribers just subscribe, but supporters every time they see the live on a new update from the BMC, they show their support and leave their comments. And also, if you have an opinion and your opinion is greatly appreciated, you can leave your comment on the most livable economy, Trump versus Obama. What's your opinion below in the comment section? And make sure y'all hype these lives up too, fam. Okay, smoking on a fat one. I'm saying here, blowing it down too, check. I told you I ain't trying to really smash that. Like, what you smoking on this morning? What you smoking on this morning? Shout out everybody coming through, showing BMC that support too, man. Shout out everybody showing BMC that support, man. Check, what part of the country you in? Shout out everybody coming through, man. It's 4 of y'all in here. Greatly appreciated. Well, it's 4,000. You might say something that might change my life. I might say something that might change your life. It's just that one, you know what I mean, that might be affected, or that one that might affect me. So shout out everybody that's showing that super support. Logical assessment. What's going on with you, family? What's going on with you? A hungry man is an angry man. What's going on, Logical? Most livable economy, Trump versus Obama. Oh yeah, what you having for lunch, Logical? Shout out everybody that's always supporting the BMC fam. That's what it is. That's what it is. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Somebody, hey, Logical, give me a sound check. Can you hear this music in the background? Oh, Chili's got that burger deal. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, Chili's got that. What is it? It's 2 for 25, 2 for 20, something like that. They usually be pretty good, especially if you're a hearty eater and you're not just a good. Cause shit, just a burger and fries and a drink. It depending on what demographics don't live near a tourist area. That shit gonna be $17 roundabout. In between $15 to $20 for one combo meal at these places. Okay. What you got going on at the workplace today? Logical assessment. What kind of work you doing today? And stay hydrated, man. Because seemingly y'all notice it don't feel like that old school heat, hot summer when we was kids. This heat seems more like a microwave. Are they heating up the those data centers or something, man? Kellogg's is getting ready for the over 450 of their employees. Kellogg's is getting ready to fire over 450 of their employees in Omaha, Nebraska at the end of this month. How many of those MAGA supporters who voted for Trump in Nebraska are crying now? What cereal was down? So yeah, Nebraska, the corn and the wheat, the barley and the grains. Okay, so they don't need as much for Kellogg's, or have Kellogg's freelance their stuff to China and Mexico too. Okay. You getting a burger, a fry, small salad, and a drink. Okay, do they let you go to the salad bar and create your own salad, or do they have to set you want a garden salad, Caesar salad, or whatever? Because some of the whoever been to a KFC buffet right outside of North Carolina on the Virginia side, like Emporia down that way, they have a KFC, or they used to, that has a um buffet in there. Like, it's crazy, but smash that like a bit. Look for it the next time you come through North Carolina, through that expressway, through that conduit. That I mean, and you hit Emporia, make sure you slow down. And if you see that KFC, somebody go in there and do a fact check for me and see if they still got that buffet. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. They are shutting down the plant, and they also announced they're going to be more. Okay, yeah, it's a lot of companies that are being shut down. Even on the commercial side of it, those are more like the production plants. The commercial side of things, Taco Bell, Starbucks, um, McDonald's, KFC, Hardee's, Burger King, even the 7-Elevens, the convenience stores. Have you seen they have been downsizing? Where there was a 7-Eleven on every corner. I mean, there was a Burger King, McDonald's on every corner, Wendy's. Now they're downsizing KFC, and this is offsetting the economy by way of, if you think about it, most of those jobs that in the beginning that are being taken out were held by young people, and most of those jobs were held by young people in the summer, even with the department stores and the malls that are being shut down. You know what I'm saying? Now that's is more a fight for jobs now. The young people are fighting the older people for the jobs. The older people are trying to get the jobs because you know who you gonna look to employ for longevity? Youth. Who you gonna be looking to make sure they follow the rules of youth? Because older workers, they stuck in their way. Either they good workers or they bad workers. If you're still looking for a job at 35, you have a set way that you work, and it is either it could be good work ethic or bad, depending on what field you came from, what you learned, and what you value. But y'all don't see that it's a fight now for everything amongst Americans, for space, living, food. And I mean, even going to the supermarket, it's only gonna be a few of some things, and I mean, like good pieces of meat for good prices, is only gonna be a few of them. It's gonna be a fight, y'all. But why do we have to fight? Why don't we just take time to unite and I mean help each other as Americans? That's why I'm asking the question, who divided America, so we can get to the goddamn root of it, address them, and I mean, if they don't want to help unite it, you know what I mean? Smash that like, whose economy was more livable? But you say, Lori, right, Diana? More people are moving to the rural areas that can afford it because that costs too. Because whereas if you got there moved to the rural area, you're taking yourself out of the quality of life, which is the American dream. You're getting further away from fresh dairy products unless you get out there and you can farm the land. Um, the convenience to go and get a haircut, gym, all kind of stuff that you're taking yourself away from. That's provided your convenience in America. When you go rural, you're gonna have to be self-sufficient, even with your own. Because it's a technology world, we have to take all that in consideration now. Rural now is not really rural. You know what I'm saying? Everything, you can't do shit. You go out there rural, and you know what I mean, you lose weight. They never hear from you, but you have to plug in to, you know what I mean, the system. Y'all notice that we don't have no hard copy video games. You don't go and get a hard copy of a job application. You know what I'm saying? You don't go into the supermarket unless you want to. You know what I mean? The option is you can stay home and they can drop it off at your door. You know what I'm saying? We are wired into the system now. There's no going back. You know what I'm saying? They got cars riding around with nobody in them. Ain't that crazy? I as a young guy doing with the Matchbox cars and the you know what I mean, the car sets and shit, you never would have imagined it, but you would have imagined it because they told you on the Jetsons it was coming. I mean, I don't know, like driving in a car that doesn't have a driver, I don't feel comfortable with that because what if at that time they decided to say everybody that's in these cars, we taking them, and then they lock you in. That's a definitely put yourself in a cage type of shit with those independent cars that's driving around. What are they called? I seen them fucking up too. I seen a bunch of white cars going around somebody's cul-de-sac roundabout, just going around beeping their horn. Like, I would be kind of scared to get in one of those cars, man, because that might be the. What if you get in that car and it has the capabilities of, say, you have a warrant, or say anything, somebody's looking for you to pay a bill or anything, and you get in that car and it reads your information. Oh, you owe the Technicorp $1,500. You got $700 in your account. We're gonna take it, because you know what I mean. Because you identify yourself to get in the car. It's crazy, man. And those cars are part of that flock, I believe, because you know those they're gonna probably have cameras in it, and that's gonna be connected to the main system. It's so much that's about to happen that we are still fussing about Democratic Republic, socialist, all that stuff. Technology is about to be the ruler, the king. So much is about to happen, fam. Like, and this happened, and we don't even realize it. We haven't realized that it happened. You say Obama had the most livable economy. Smash that like. They are shifting down that plant, and they also announced they're going to do more, said Lori Parks of Fruit, Texas back. But shit, they're going to be shifting down a lot of stuff, fam. This stuff turning up, man. And we're going to be in the streets protesting against each other, right? And some robots with no feelings are going to be taking over America. Y'all realize that? We're going to be in the streets protesting each other. Robots with no feelings are going to be in the background, steady taking over. Everybody going to be in the streets with their emotions. Black Lives Matter, white power, LGBTQ+, progressive Democrat, socialist. Everybody is going to be in the streets, and the robots going to be at work. Believe that AI, augmented reality, none of that stuff needs a day off. None of that stuff, you know what I mean? And we still going to be out here pushing that line for whatever particulars we get behind, whatever indoctrination that we are willing to accept. Smash that like. The most livable economy, Trump versus Obama, is the, I mean, do y'all feel me though? We still gonna be out here, Black Lives Matter and all that stuff, man. But behind the scenes, it's too late now. People will say, well, why don't they stop? It must be stopped. Anything that has that it must be stopped after its name is gonna be a problem. It must be stopped. It's already a problem. You know what I'm saying? Now you hear a bunch of people saying AI, it must be stopped. It's a problem. The world is overpopulated and the elites are tired of it. So either have it out down or have no privacy. Right, yep. That no privacy shit. And then again, it's too much free enterprise. They trying to get every dollar. They trying to make it cha-ching. You know what I mean? They trying to make the American dream fully monetized. You walk across the street, you jaywalk, they're so locked into your social equity account. Everybody is going to have a social equity account like in China, where if you jaywalk, you don't have to get a ticket because they're going to go up into your shit. And that's going to be, if you ain't got the money, you're going to be in the red for $25 or $50, whatever they hit you for the jaywalk with. You speed, you ain't going to have to go to court. It's going to hit you in your wallet. You got, what the hell, $200 for a speeding ticket. And then they're going to show you the video of it from the flock camera if you speeding through the red light on your block. Okay? All of this stuff is going to be linked. Now, I mean, watch. We're going to be prime time 360 linked into, you know what I mean, the hive. That's what it is. Nobody's realizing that. And it's starting to, you know what I mean, just as well as they, you see how they're setting it up? They're allowing everybody to have these clowner accounts where it's like credit. Everything is online now. They're creating a data analytics on. They'll allow a bunch of this stuff, and in 10 years, anybody that fucked over on those cryptocurrency, internet banking, like I said, Klarna, any of these things, they're going to start clamping down on your ass. But what they really need is the data and analytics or how people function when allowed these certain amenities. That's what y'all don't realize when everything in the beginning of it, and they let a lot of people win, like say they do They create a new lottery ticket for your state as a new form of pick three. That month that they institute that project, they will allow 50% of the product, which is the money, the people can win it, so that it'll rope them in. And that's what happens with a lot of this stuff. George Carlin, Bill Cooper, and Bill Hicks warned us. Right. I'm telling you, this shit, we already here with it. Just as sure as when they hooked up the first ATM, they was getting ready to control the money, in which they already controlled the money, but now they was giving you a new form of it. Computerized, you know what I mean? Remember, everything, it started with paperless. Remember the mail system went paperless. Only thing that come in the mail is bills and infomercials. Them little papers. Don't shit else come in the mail. If you order something, UPS is bringing it. No. FedEx is bringing it. DHL is bringing it. You see that those companies took the place of a government, you know what I mean, facilitation of mail and commerce. Those companies took the place of it. That's why they got that money. Amazon, FedEx, DHL, you know what I'm saying? They got a more intricate supply chain than the United States Postal Service, which the United States Postal Service, they went bankrupt or something because they had got away from the United States. They won't link no more. It was sort of like they unlinked from the United States, and the CIA came out and said they were linked directly to the United States. Y'all don't even realize that. The CIA is thrown around so casual right now to work the CIA. What the fuck is the CIA? You know, it's a data and analytics company in its beginning that, you know what I mean, with their information, they started implementing it, putting it to use, knowing that this made this happen and this is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. People buying land, setting up homesteads, been happening for years, getting away with this bullshit, gardening, raising chickens, their meat source, teaching their children at home. Don't blame them. Yeah, that's a part of being American though, to be a homesteader, to go out there and form your own plot. But some of it at one time, remember, what's that? It's a book about it. They were like white militia supremacists. They had a whole doctrine. What's that joint? It's the where the feds went up there and shot up a bunch of people and everything. It went low after that, and then around the time Trump popped up, you start having these groups like the Patriot Front, the Proud Boys, and but they ain't even considered these people. I'm talking about these dudes that's like predominantly white, and they like in they got their own city now, in like Arkansas, white nationalists. You know, remember it was a lot of them at one time coming out speaking on being unindoctrinated and sovereigns. You know what I mean? Remember, all I knew about sovereigns was the Moorish temples used to, you know what I mean? Be like, I'm a Moor. I'm not a citizen of this. I don't have the jurisdiction. They holding me. You know, that type of stuff with the feds, the black dudes with the more noble Drew Ali peoples. You know what I mean? With the sovereign. But then, you know what I mean? In the 90s and in the early 2000s, remember, it was a lot of white guys with the 50 caliber guns. I'm going to hold my gun. And they was on that sovereign stuff, unlinking themselves with the government. What happened to them? They, you know what I mean? But it was some of them got down with that January 6th stuff. That's why they didn't really do that shit behind Donald Trump. Some of them did. Donald Trump used it to his advantage, but some of them motherfuckers just was bucking on the government because that's what they stand on. They some of them call themselves constitutionalists, and they feel like that the United States government is not going with the Constitution. Like, and they come in all colors, all creeds, but at one time the militias was popping. What was the name of that? It's a book, man. It's about the family. They went. The United States government went in on these people, and the people got back at them. Some of them say the people was pretty radical. They just had a meeting too. It was the man that wrote that book, a bunch of prominent white supremacists and nationalists. All them are based in what shall we say, white power. They was just in like Tennessee, Arkansas, one of them little spots, and the news and the media ran down on them, and they got out of there. But you know what I'm saying? They seemingly went underground. I mean, because I read an article that said that there's no need for you to start a white nationalist group because the country is on a white nationalist type of program right now. So that's not to be racist. I'm just saying it is what it is. I know what you're saying But you surprised that black folks are doing it now within the last. Black folks been doing it. I know black landowners that didn't do it because of what's going on now. They did it because they didn't have the heritage land, and you know what I mean. Black people been see in our community. That's all we talk about. I'm about to move out Suffolk, and if you anybody know from my area, you say Suffolk. That's the rural. I'm about to go to North Carolina. I'm about to go to Charlotte. When black people do move to Atlanta, they don't move to the city of Atlanta, Buckhead. They move rural, somewhere out where a development, you know what I mean, has been placed. They don't move into the city of Atlanta or even, you know what I mean. Black people been on that rule, and then some of it was out of to escape the madness of the Europeanized world that we live in, fam. But black people been doing that, man. That I know. You know, they don't go backwards. I mean, even you can look at people from New York, and they be like, everybody down south is their cousin. You know what I mean? Because somebody, granddaddy went down south. Smash that like most livable economy, Trump versus Obama. And with this day and age, living rural is just that. You just far out. Whatever you want, somebody will bring it to you. You do realize that we have become a even the chickens that you raise, they're gonna be brought by way of Amazon in the box or something. None of this stuff is, I mean, organic anymore. The world ain't organic no more. That's, shall we say that? The world is not completely organic anymore. No matter what you say, there's no way to go completely off the grid. You feel me? And people that do, like, say people that amass this amount of money that they can be self-sufficient. You notice what I said, amount of money, because nobody can just go out and live off the land these days. Never, no matter what you say, it's something that's gonna have to be, even if it's $5 or $10, you're gonna have to plug in to the world for something. Whether it's go buy a watch for your battery or something, nobody is just totally just living off the land, fam. No more. They're gonna have something, a Keurig, little coffee machine in their house. It's gonna be something, you know what I'm saying? But nah, I'm not surprised. Because black people are the majority in trend. Whatever somebody else is doing, black people did it 10 years ago. It's never cool or trendy until black people do it. And that's just my opinion. You know what I mean? It'll come back as a different name. Like the basis we can say is rap came back as hip hop. But until black people was doing it, it wasn't cool. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. We have greatly influenced American pop culture. Look at who all the entertainers and what's popping now as of late. There are no, name one, and this is not to be racist, but this is just to show you that they don't give us no power, but they'll give us plenty play. Name one famous, name 5 famous black politicians right now that's really doing good and got a little power. And then I'll say name 5 black entertainers that's doing good but don't have no power. They can make you laugh. They can sing a hell of a rap song. They can wicked jump shot, run a football. But how about the economy? We don't get much of that. And then when we do have people that's in power, they always looked at as not taken seriously because of whatever persuasion, woman, color, I mean, gender. Like Kamala Harris and Jasmine Crockett got a lot because of their colored women. Okay, it's just a myriad different things that we don't cross that. I mean, ceiling. But because then we'll be like, what's Jay-Z doing? We'll look at Jay-Z for our politics because seemingly he's supposed to be this black billionaire. We'll be like, we'll look at him for that. We'll gauge how much he's worth as opposed of how much he's worth. You feel me? And that's why the question of like, when we say, would you go to dinner with Jay-Z or $500,000? $500,000, because go to dinner with Jay-Z, that sucker might just say pass the salt. Shit, I ain't gonna waste my $500,000 just being around somebody like somebody else say, go to my website, go to my Instagram. I got pictures with such and such. I don't give a fuck. Where can I go at? And you got the video of him dropping game on you, telling you how he got to where he is. I don't give a damn about a picture. I'm thinking more of how'd you get to the place and point that I would want to take a picture with you. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference between me and other people. See, I'm the Black Money Corporation. If it ain't feeding, why do it? You know what I mean? And it just because one of my peoples came to me, man, was conversating. He was like, "Yeah, I went seeing blood, and boom, boom, we took a picture. Blah, blah, blah. Did you see my picture with me? Why? What benefit would I get out of seeing you standing with some public official, some entertainer, and all it was a picture? He stood next to you, and it was probably won't even 3 seconds, and y'all gone. Maybe he stopped and chatted with you on some trying to be cool because if they in entertainment, that's their job to entertain. But you know what I mean? If he didn't drop a jewel on you or how he got there or what's coming up next or something, it was all for nothing, just for a picture. You feel me? That's why, like, when somebody will come in and say, "Well, check out these guys," and no, it's cool that you do it because that might be what you're looking for. But I'm already set where I'm going at. I'm stuck in my way just like they probably are. You know what I mean? Anybody knowing their worth, you know what I mean? If it's real, what you say or send me that way, it's never gonna change. I'm gonna stand on what I believe in. You know, smash that like, share me out. But yeah, man, it'd be crazy. Motherfucker be like, I just took a picture with such and such, and so what did he tell you? You know what I'm saying? Did he tell you how he got there to the point that you would want to be telling me that you took a picture with him? Smash that like for y'all in here. Double tap that stream. Whether it's 4,000, we can do it the same. You know what I'm saying? Your opinion is greatly appreciated. Most livable economy. Trump versus Obama. I see a lot of people with some valid points too. Y'all making sense, but take in consideration, each and every last one of us have different data and analytics that make us, who we are. Maybe some of us went through poverty, some in pain. Some of us went to, middle class, feet kicked up, doing what we do, bunch of Sunny Delight and Pop Tarts. But as Americans, that's the main thing. Americans come in all shapes and forms, man. Until we get that Voltron mentality, we're not gonna succeed, man. We gotta have that Voltron mentality. Smash that light. We gotta form. You know what I mean? Arm, leg, arm, head. Smash that light. Shout out everybody coming through, man. That's what it is. Let's make America real again. Because now it's too much fake shit. It is what it is. Remember in the 80s, it was cool to wear a Confederate flag. It was cool to wear a Black Power flag because you know what? It wasn't about what you was representing. It was whether you was weaponizing it. And all of these people, these black militants, white nationalists, all that stuff, Chinese insurgents. On the 4th of July, remember in the 80s, everybody had on an American flag shirt, no matter what your persuasion. Now the flag is looked at some as put your head down. Remember, I'm telling you, in the 80s, it was nothing to see your homeboy come out with some red, white, and blue sneakers, red, white, and blue shorts, red, white, and blue, shirt. It was nothing. America, we was proud. No matter what our denomination was, our persuasion, even our gender, we was proud to be Americans. We used to, on the 4th of July, popping fireworks, and it was illegal all over the country. It's like weed in fireworks was something that was allowed. Like, y'all realize that? Fireworks were just as legal as marijuana in the 80s, but it was kind of like look past unless they really wanted to put the thumb on somebody. They'll make it a big thing. But, the American flag was in abundance, and it was highly respected in the 80s. I'm just putting the 80s because that's when I could say I was realizing the coming of age and everything, and that's my fondest memories. On 4th of July, you popping fireworks, cooking out hot dogs, hamburgers, fellowship, people together, chilling. Playing music. Doom 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 doom. What's that joke? She used to be my girl. Yeah, the first cookout I ever was at, they was playing that jump, and it was at a summer jam, rec center type of thing that was in our area. You know what I mean? I was at a cookout. They was playing that. She used to be my girl. It had just came out. What was that? The OJs. That joke. Smash that light. We had got away from that concept that No matter, I mean, what you into, you an American, you an American. You know what I mean? A secret society, all we ask is trust. You know what I mean? When they started sending a bunch of our factories to other countries, I knew it was over then. Like, they taking away the bread and butter. So, shit, either they gonna support you or you gonna starve. And more likely you gonna starve because, damn, what happened to the, you know what I mean? The American pride and feed the wolves. Because you know, like I said, if you don't feed the wolves, when all the deer and the sheep gone to other countries, fattening in their pockets and giving them a stable economy, wolves eat wolves. You understand? Smash that like it right now. I think Donald Trump is under a lone wolf status where he's not even dealing with his presidential duties, taking care of the people. He's more on the side of his union with the military industrial complex. He's the commander in chief. He he'll get back at his president stuff, hopefully. I agree with you, Jerry. It was for support. I agree with you, Jerry. Hold on. What happened with that? Smash that like a deadly double shooting arrest. What color you think he was, y'all? Because you'll come here and say black on black crime. A deadly double shooting arrest. There's been a lot of an uptick in white crime lately too, starting with Nolan Wells. Um, this it's just crazy that y'all can't see it, man. And what about sports crime? Because you notice Carmelo Anthony, rest in peace, Austin Metcalf, Carmelo, hold your head, Nolan Wells, rest in peace to the young boys that maybe had something to do with it. Damn, man, you did the right thing. Get a lawyer because they gonna bun you if you did anything. The FBI is involved. But do y'all notice all of these kids had a background in sports? Austin, Carmelo, um, Nolan, Bart. The guy that they're saying now maybe Bart was the person that made Nolan meet his demise over Katie. And Bart daddy, upper epsilon, his daddy a doctor. Ain't Nolan daddy, his daddy a doctor. And Wyatt is it? His daddy, I think, his granddaddy somebody. And one of them mama is a judge. So blessings. What's up with you? Adawan Kenobi. What's up with you? What color lightsaber you got, Kenobi? Blessings, that's what it is. Harris started the first offenders program to help them get off the streets and get out of the addictions. To help who? Check, because they've been having a first offenders program. They've been having a youth in my state, a youth offender program and a first offenders program, and it helped a lot of people. Yeah, always green. Okay, salute. That light, that power. A lot of people don't understand about the colors of the lightsabers or even the colors when you even look at stuff like entertainment and stuff. When you see these entertainers and they first one or two, three albums, go back now to your favorite entertainer. If it has a checkerboard, red, white, and black on it, that means that's the one that's gonna get them up into where they're gonna start making a paycheck, getting paid. That when you see that checkerboard and the red, white, and black, Cardi B, all of them, okay. But when you see the ones with the green light, they're more in like positivity, and they've been affected by a different kind of person that's in power. So everybody that's in power, these people that we don't know their names, all of them are not evil. So sometimes when you see that one that has that green light, you can kind of tell that that was Cuzzo that's in power, that he's liked, but they don't give a fuck. The bad ones gonna do what they gonna do. Y'all know that, right? It's everybody that's in power is not bad. Smash that like. Okay, but they'll come in here and say Kamala Harris sent people to jail. She sent like 90 people to jail. And that was her job for that marijuana stuff that they be saying about her. And it was her job to do it. Y'all act like she didn't have to feed herself or her kids. Or does Kamala have kids? May the force be with you too. That's what it is, fam. Who was you a Padawan under? Smash that like. Trump divided the United States. Name 3 ways Trump divided the United States. Check. Good morning, y'all. What's going on? Brutal Fact says President Trump saved America from Islamic extremism and terrorist regime nukes. How? They don't have nukes, and they just gave some Muslims nuclear weapons. Y'all realize that, right? Donald Trump just gave Saudi Arabia the green light to get nuclear weapons. You do realize that, right? They're Muslims. I don't understand. You do realize that, right? Donald Trump just gave the Saudi Arabian folks the right to do it. Like, huh? Smash that like, y'all. President Trump saved millions and put them in Qatar for his family. He did something in Qatar, but I know what he didn't do. Keep riding on that jet when them folks say maybe it might be been compromised. He put it up. Sound, what's up? Bo, 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 bo. Lick his shot, man. Lick his shot. Muslims, Arabs run America. At least the Habibi stores they do. Smash that like. Is it illegals he protecting us from or Muslims? But y'all do realize all of the stuff y'all putting or what he's protecting us from, before it was illegals and Muslims and all that, it was black people, Mexicans, Italians, Irish, Germans. Y'all do realize that, right? And it won't just Trump. Have y'all seen these USA Mart commercials? It's promoting like a website, and they got like a commercial where it's like a Walmart commercial, and it has a little emoji smiley face with a Trump wig on, and it's changing all the signs and all the prices to making them higher. And kids crying, people spilling gas, fainting in Walmart. But it's not a Walmart commercial. It's something to go against Trump. Christopher Columbus is black. Christopher Columbus is mythology. He's overrated mythology, indoctrination. Smash that like. Yeah, remember the Irish, the patty rollers. The patty, I noticed that they do have a huge amount of immigrants on their police force, because they have a huge amount of immigrants in New York. And the Irish haven't been immigrants in years, in centuries. Have they been immigrants? Because y'all remember the Irish, that's how they got their indoctrination into the white world, as being the go-between everybody else, as the patty rollers, the police. That's why you had a whole lot of huge communities of Irish people with backgrounds, and but then they got corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Look at Boston. Anything that Boston from you know what I mean, New Hampshire on down to the Mason-Dixon line. The Irish people got a foothold, or had a foothold, in being the police and stuff. No, the Irish or the KKK are either can place them with white supremacy and being on the bottom rung, or in the back of their minds they know they have their origin in black people. Both of them, because remember the Italians that came to, or the people that we call Italians that came to North America, was the Southern Italians, the Sicilians. You know what I mean, the Calabrese. But then more of the northern and the city ones, the Neapolitan ones, you know, with the tricolor flag, the Neapolitan ones, they went to South America, and they went by way of the Catholic Church. You know what I mean? And with the Project Odessa, they helped the Nazis get there, and they helped the Catholic Church facilitate the systematic slavery that was going on in South America. That's where most of the people from Africa went to, South America. But the people that came here as immigrants to the northern part, they came from, you know, the Sicilians and the poor Neapolitans came here. You know, it's two different kind of Italians. It's the Sicilians, and then it's the Neapolitans, the Sicilians, and the more earthy, rural ones. You feel me? And even with the Irish, most of the people that come here and say, I'm Irish, they're not even Irish. They're Scotch Irish, because in Northern Ireland, England, the United Kingdom, sent a bunch of people from Scotland to break the Irish people and help them hold those people land down, which they already had a huge, you know what I mean, interaction from being just in the area, the Irish and the Scottish. Okay, but the English as a whole pitted the tough Scottish against the Irish, because both of them was known for nothing, and they got the same kind of superstitions and stuff. So a lot of people, when they claim Irish, they're really Scotch Irish. It's two different Irish. It's the orange, who are up north and more with the British invasion, and then it's the green ones down. You know what I mean? Smash that like. No, Wales ain't got nothing to do with Scotland and Ireland. Wales is their own thing too, where they got their own language. It's more Celtic. They got their own language and own superstitions and status also. Like the Prince of Wales was created because it was created outside of the British monarchy, the Prince of Wales. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why it's always a title bestowed on. You know what I mean? Like before he becomes the king, he's the Prince of Wales. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. Most livable economy. Trump versus Obama. All of them criminals check. You got the Isle of Man. You ever heard of the Isle of Man? They ain't got nothing to do with none of the United Kingdom. They independent. They got the legs on their shit, but they've been doing their thing off the coast of the UK for centuries. The Isle of Man. They got their own language and everything. Trump is the elected president or appointed one. Brutal facts. Or the appointed one. Smash that like. Okay, so he's the elected president. But who is the person that's in power, in position? Smash that like. He's the elected president, but he also has the duality to be the commander-in-chief as being in power with the branches of military. So that's what he's exploring right now. I don't see him doing anything that's presidential. You know what I mean? Everything he's doing is military-minded. So I would say he is exercising his right to be the commander-in-chief right now. Smash that like. Yeah, well, Jamaica was started by the Irish. Let's look at everybody's last name. They're Irish. They were started by Irish, the country of Jamaica. You know what I mean? They sent them there, you know what I mean, to do their thing. Also was funded by black Hebrews, Jacobians. But Jamaica existed way before any Europeans came there. It had a bustling Moran community there of black people. But yeah, Irish, Jamaicans and Irish are closely associated. Jamaicans, Ireland, India, you know it's Indian Jamaicans. You from Jamaica, Super Cat. It was in, Stone Love. They Indian Jamaicans. Their origin, their peoples came from Delhi and, you know what I mean? Cross seas. But because of the United Kingdom and their colonization, England, Canada, Jamaica, India, Hong Kong, Philippines, Africa, all of them are closely associated in their kinship that they was transporting them back and forth, switching them up. You know what I'm saying? China, it's crazy Chinese Jamaicans that's in the music industry and stuff like Indian Jamaicans. Trinidad, they got the Spanish and Indian with them. It's people that speak Hindi and they also speak Spanish as well as the native languages in Trinidad. Y'all got to get more in tune with not just the country and what's going on with the world. It's so much diversity out there. Exactly, brutal. I always say that Mamdani is a democratic socialist, and so was Hitler a socialist, as well as Trotsky. He ran the Mexico to escape the communists. Trotsky is a lot of them, and they have their origin in a black man, Karl Marx. His homeboy had the money. He had the mind state. I mean, Karl Marx, and what was his homeboy name? What was the guy that was down with Karl Marx? Nigel? Because he don't even have his own, you know what I mean, little set. Carl got everybody reading his book. That Communist Manifesto. I'm going to have to post that too. Frederick Engels, man. Engel, not Heigl. Heigl did the comparison that saying that maybe the European community is gonna get wiped out by another community, maybe Islam. Yeah, Mom Donnie is funny, but y'all go look at Karl Marx, and they keep trying to tell me I'm wrong when I tell y'all that Karl Marx was a black guy. Google Karl Marx right now. Name the picture they show you is a black guy. I'm gonna peep y'all some with Yiddish. A name when it has an X behind it, even like with the Nation of Islam or a Z, it's gonna be something dealing with a black man. Swartz, Marx. I'm telling you. Get your linguistics up. Yep, due to that slave ship. Like when you take a Carnival cruise, You know you taking the same route that the Dutch West Indies and the Dutch East Indies took to transport slaves, especially if you're taking that Caribbean route where they stop at Carousel and all them little spots. You're taking the same route that they used to be slaves. Now people are voluntarily putting themselves on boats. I mean, in entertainment. I mean, jumping out of their chains and whips, hopping on the slave ships, taking the dip. Ah, that rhyme. Smash that like. Y'all realize that, right? Carnival Cruise Lines, Princess Cruise Lines, any of these junks, they are the slave rights. Like, you know what's so crazy? I'm gonna go and do a live video in front of a cruise ship at a slave dock because it's gonna be both of them are gonna be there. I'm gonna go to a dock and show y'all the comparison. Arnold Schwarzenegger, exactly. Hey, y'all remember the video that was going around viral where Arnold Schwarzenegger was in one of these countries and the dude drop kicked his ass? Can you imagine the ass whipping he would have got if he would have drop kicked the Conan the Barbarian Arnold Schwarzenegger, not some old dude? Dude, drop kick on national news. Yeah, yes, long time them tell us them crews ain't far from history. Right. They follow the slave routes. I'm gonna go show y'all the comparison right on the shores of the Chesapeake Bay where they always claiming this guy Antonio Johnson was the first guy to buy. I'm gonna go show you the exact space then. You know what I mean? Somebody leave a comment if they want to see that underneath this video. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? But and tell them we'll put it together though. Hitler was a socialist, Dennis Nielsen. He was a socialist. He was a democratic socialist. That's what the name of the Nazi party is. Okay, I'm gonna get out there because the cruise ship, and that's what people don't understand. Everything is there. We just don't put it together because we don't want to put it together. We don't want to realize it. It's there. The truth is there. Smash that like, but we ain't even gonna go back to that. Let's stick with the livable economy. Trump versus Obama. That's something that we can affect or really speak on if we live through it. Okay. Most livable, because everybody's gonna have their opinion on that other stuff. But this right here, it just happened in the last 15 years, shall we say. Good morning, Wimberly. What's going on with you, Wimberly? Smash that like. Smash that like. What was the most livable economy? Trump versus Obama, man. Y'all share me out to the community, man. Let's get this conversation here. Trump First Economics was based off of Tim Scott, black guy playing. He tell us that. But you know, are you saying the first from Trump, his first term as president is different from this term? This term he's more in the commander in chief. You know what I mean? The people didn't need him, but the military industrial complex does. They need somebody to be looked at as the villain while they do all the villain shit. You do realize that, right? Yeah, he took a lot of Bernie Sanders people's ideas too, with the no tips on no tax on tips, all kind of shit. Because you know the Project 2025 is just who can get to it the fastest to promote. You know what I mean? Who can be the president the fastest and promote their style of socialism? Because all of these groups are just, I feel like the country is turning socialist right in front of us. But it's gonna be a new type of socialism that incorporates capitalism. Matter of fact, it thrives off of capitalism. That's what y'all don't understand by way of this being a technology-based society. It's going to be a new kind of social. It's going to be like technology socialist or something. A socialist technologist or something. I mean, no more democracy because so many variants are involved now. AI, you know what I mean? Nobody is one of the good ones in politics, Charlie Kelly. Nobody's good in politics. You know what I mean? Even the good ones are bad. You do realize that, right? Because if they're really up there, they know what's going on. And they're accepting it. Maybe they might be standing on their own protocols and agendas, but I mean, all of them in the same bracket. Tim Scott let me stop there before YouTube banned me for life. Ben Carson, a grifted surgeon. He would have been better to be a surgeon general instead of being in position he didn't know nothing about hood. Y'all, wow, they froze me. When Trump first got in, he put a bunch of people in office that ain't no shit about what they doing. Like they another one they had put Ben Carson in charge of, you know what I mean, the Surgeon General stuff because he would have said smash that like. I don't think YouTube like that picture. Yeah, still breaking up. I don't think YouTube like that picture, fam. It is what it is. Ben Carson, I don't see him as a president. Maybe, but I don't see him creepy enough. The president got to be a creepy dude like Gavin Newsom because the shit that they gonna condone. Even if you look at Obama long enough, he'll start looking like what's that guy from the Simpsons, the company owner, Mr. Burns. If you look at Obama long enough, you'll start to see that his features will get devilish. All of them. I mean, look. Let's watch his moves. If you watch Obama long enough, take out my president is black and he did this with his wife, and just look at him long enough, you can see that he is just like Donald Trump in them. He'll get down and dirty. But you know what I mean? Maybe he just a little bit more trendy. That shall we say he was more trendy than Donald Trump. Nobody's wanna take charge from a frumpy old man unless that's just what they into. And seemingly a lot of y'all was into it because he became the president again. But yeah, just you know what I mean? Smash that like, y'all. Shout out everybody coming through, participating. Most livable economy. Trump versus Obama, man. Yeah, this shit crazy, man. When you go to certain subjects, let's get them lights up though. Let's still make it pop, family. Trump versus Obama, whose economy was more livable, is the topic of conversation. Feel free to give your one twos on it. All of us gonna have different views on this type of stuff because we all live different lives and have different experiences, or we come to the decision of or whatever it is. Sound boy, there's no need to worry. As long as I got my nine, I keep it by my side with you. So you don't have to worry at all. Smash that like, y'all. Most livable economy, Trump versus Obama. What y'all think about that Nolan Wales situation? Smash that like. Lori Pop says when Trump, Ben Carson, and others during the Republican debates, Trump was making a statement to give the people an impression that Ben Carson was a. And videos are available on it. Look it up. Yeah, I don't do a lot of looking up, but I understand it. But you notice that on both sides of that spectrum, that's one of the tactics. Even that's one of the tactics in American mudslinging. The first thing you do is go at a man's manhood and his strength and stability in the community. Same way they did Puff Daddy. So I don't even. I mean, mud is mud. You know, that's the tactics that they pull on each other. You know, and you know what I'm saying. But really, I don't think Ben Carson was a good fit for the political spectrum anyway, because the powers that be don't want him. It's not the point that if black people would have voted for him or Americans in general would have voted for Ben Carson. It's up to the powers that be if they want that style of government being projected. I mean, that's right. Technology is watching us, absorbing data from us. Use your phone, TV, computer, even your car, right? And it's a digital footprint. A lot of us don't realize that, John. We live in a digital footprint. Even when we say some racist stuff online, it's all being put down somewhere on a terabyte somewhere. You know what I mean? That young man was murdered. Oh, did it come out and they said it, Lori? Did it come out yet? Did it come out yet? Smash that like. Let's ask that question. Was Nolan Wells a victim of privileged? Because we ain't gonna say white privilege. We'll say privilege because money ain't no motherfucking color when you got that Bredinsky. They'll let you in. They might watch it, count the silverware when you leave, but you still can get some of that privilege. Smash that like, y'all. In the meantime, Trump, Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Who divided America? Smash that like. Biden is the worst, but Biden was Obama's third term. Y'all can say some shit about Obama, man. Y'all can put that shit on Obama like a bug, man. Was Nolan Wells a victim of privilege? We'll tackle that for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And get back on the Trump versus Obama, whose economy was more livable right now. Because a lot of y'all seem fired up about that Nolan Wells situation. Would you say Nolan Wells was a victim of the privilege? Now you know that wasn't going to say it, and you know that who they are. Don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure it out that the young man was murdered. Okay, okay. They're never gonna say it. They're gonna go all around this stuff. Like they get too many chances to muddle the information and to direct to establish the conspiracy and fuck the narrative up. So everybody will never be able to come to a clear conclusion because there's so many variants of what could have really had happened to this young man. Ain't that crazy? Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Was Nolan Wells a victim of privilege? Was he? I'm going to say now, everything is going to leave a margin, room for margin and error because they don't talk too long. Them people don't got rid of that evidence. They don't got rid of that stuff. Smash that like. Was it you think it was his grandfather and everybody were involved? You think it was the elite, or it was just some concerned parents that's trying to protect their kids, or does this shit seep into the very power structure? Because it could just be some elitist, privileged parents and family members that are trying to control their own little hamlet and fiefdom, and now it's spilling out because the FBI, Nancy Grace, and this Sheriff Tom, or what's his name, Peter Tatum, whatever his name is, he's involved now. Like, it's crazy, man. Elite rituals or elite lifestyles. When something like this happens, they grind them up, throw them away, and nobody never realizes that they're missing. But now Nolan Wells' mother is speaking out. His father speaking out. They done brought in a ambulance chaser, Bill Crump. What's his name? Bill. What's the guy there? The ambulance chaser, the lawyer. I don't even know his Crump, right? Him. He is the ambulance chaser. I don't. They brought him in. It's turning into a circus. Al Sharpton, it's coming out being a statewide whisper to a national roar. What happened to Nolan Ryan? Nolan Wales, goddamn, I can't even get the man's name right. No disrespect to Nolan Wales, but you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? What happened to Nolan Wales, man? Being Crumps. Okay. Yeah. All of it, but because it's more trending to be involved and know about it than politically correct. And are they ever gonna tell the truth for what happened to the young boy? Like, what the fuck? Y'all, if he died because of teen drinking, underage drinking, sure, say that. But don't make it seem like it's some mystery and nobody knows, because somebody knows something. And the longer you hold out the information, that means you can place it with impeding with a fucking investigation. So all of them should be locked up. The granddaddy, the chief that was on the phone, the lady that took the call, everybody. Remember the call? You know what I'm saying? I played it a million times. I'm telling y'all, Lori, this shit is deeper than we think. But we got to look at it. Was it a, know what I mean? Was it a hood thing that got out of hand? You know, elite. The hood is in the suburbs, and also in these elite communities are hoodie too. Because no matter somebody's social status, to be hoodie and ghetto is a terminology that's for people that are uncouth, no morals. Know what I mean? Equity ain't got nothing to do with it. Y'all know the word ghetto has its origin in a bunch of rich Jews and where they were housed, because the white Europeans couldn't stand to see the people's face that they owed their civilization by way of economy to, because the Jews were in power. They might not have the religious and the political or even the soldiers and stuff, but they had the purse. And they put them in these spots called ghettos. Projects. Google Jakob Fugger, not Jacob, Jakob Fugger. He was one of the first Hebrew Yiddish Jew type people that start projects, to build projects for his peoples. And you know what I mean? Countries all over the world use that for the blueprint, like especially Europeanized, to house their people that they considered a valuable part of the community, but they wanted to control them and have them marginalized. That's why we have the red line. And the other side of the road communities, like on one side of the railroad tracks you'll be living, and on the other side they'll be living just a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? It's always was that exclusive, that privilege, if you can understand it. Yeah, yep, true indeed, sound man. There are people to keep on speaking up the parents. That's what they don't want them to do. They're not going to rest. They're not going to have peace until justice is served. Them parents, the dude Bart, he's a junior, and his daddy is a doctor. So they say, let's see here. We got whoever the granddaddy is, he's somebody. Whoever Wyatt's granddaddy is, he's somebody, because the chief was aware of him, and he called. The chief was laughing about it. They're having fun or some shit he said. He laughing. So they say there's a judge involved, the female, that's one of the parents, and also Bart, this guy Bart, who was associated, supposed to have been Nolan's friend, and maybe his arch enemy because of a girl. You know what I mean? Sort of like Butch and Alfalfa used to fight on Little Rascals for Darla, and Popeye and Bluto and Brutus. Y'all realize it was two different arch enemies on Popeye. It was Bluto and it was Brutus. Popeye used to fight them over olive oil. This probably happened. And alcohol was involved, and the parents got scared. Oh my God, you motherfuckers just can't, you know it. Who ain't got slipped a J or a can of beer or a sip of wine or a smoke off a cigarette by their favorite aunt or uncle? Even at that type of shit growing up, something probably happened, and the parents immediately was like, "Oh shit, I ain't had nothing to do with it. You motherfuckers are on your own." What? The same way you hear "Damn it, Bart" in the background. Some shit happened, man. Yeah, that's as black people with access. You don't need to be around white people. The only reason you need to be around them, though, sound, is that they're your friends, that they are your peers. You know what I'm saying? But you don't need to be around them, because privilege, like I said, that's why I said privilege and not white privilege. Privilege can be purchased now by anybody of any color. I should say American privilege now, but white privilege was prevalent and it was the fuel and I mean the blueprint for American privilege. But I mean, it just so happened he was around a bunch of ignorant people. Because it could have happened that it could have been the other way around. It could have been all black people than one white guy. And every time I hear that type of shit happen, the white guy, the only one that come out smelling like roses. Like it was a rich white guy that was a gang member in California. And him and his peoples did a bunch of shit. And in the end, he was the after school special. The rest of them niggas is lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, San Quentin. You know what I'm saying? Smash that light. And I also say fools rush in. Just know what you're doing out here in life. If it's something you want to explore and it seems to be multicultural, don't be afraid of it, but know the pros and cons of and know who you're dealing with. You feel me? Because you can't deal with somebody on what color they are. That'll alienate yourself now in this world. And now with this internet world, we don't know what color each other are until we start standing on our own individual soapboxes. So I deal in integrity. What you come to me with is how I mean, if you come to me with open hands, I don't do a lot of handshaking, but if you come to me with open palms, I'll accept it in peace. But if you know what I mean, try to go to war with me, that's just what it is. I trained all my life for this shit, so that's what we're gonna do. So it's on integrity with me, how you come. When was this, Sal? Remember, it was only on the movies where they kidnap people like that. Now, in real life, seemingly, and it's been happening the whole time. Remember, it was only in the movies where they kidnap motherfuckers or shoot up schools and plant bombs on planes. Yeah, Popeye and the Little Rascals, right? Because you know what? All of it is resurgence. I find my little kids trying to tell me what's going on with Michael Jackson and shit. What's up, Kenna? What's up with you, Kenna? How you been, fam? Shout out Just Kenna. Just Kenna, if you want to drop your link too, man. You're the only recognizable content creators that's popped up. You know you can text the letters BMC. Just Kenna. Ain't you in Canada? Shout out all my super supporters coming through. Chilling, Kenna, chilling, chilling, chilling. What you been up to lately? How's this global economy affecting you? Do you live in Canada? I said you can drop your link to your information. You're a content creator. You can text the letters BMC lowercase and Nightbot will promptly drop your link. And that's for anybody that's in here that's a content creator, whether you got 1,000 or you got 5 or 10. If you're trying to boost your visibility, feel free to text the letters BMC and Nightbot to drop your link. As long as it's your link. Right, the name of the sports teams is crazy. It's crazy. What's the most craziest one that you came across, Sal, man? I'm gonna tell you something even more interesting. Go research coats of arms in Europe, family crests, family coats of arms, and stuff like that. The Blue Devil. Okay, the Blue Devil is mythology in like North Carolina. It was said to exist, some devil shit, right? You said you can't afford ish. Okay, would you say is a direct result of who's in political position right now? Or it's just the sign of the times? High gas, high food, it fluctuates. Or would you say it was direct result of who's in position and power right now? And whose economy was more livable? Trump or Obama? Go Google the family crest. You would be surprised of who they origin. Smash that like. In a game of life, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Know when to walk away and know when to run. Smash that like. All right, Lori. Laura. Lori Parks. I keep saying Laura. Like Laura, Luke and Laura from General Hospital. Enjoy your day. Sending out more blessings. Lori Park. Smash that like. Was Nolan Wells the victim of privileged? Yeah, food went up like a mug. Food went up like a mug. Like gas, food, even food containers, anything evolving around spending money went up. Who had the best economy in y'all opinion, y'all? In y'all opinion, y'all. In y'all opinion, who had the best economy? You say you watch some of the Nolan Well stuff. Yeah, it's all a whitewash. I'm gonna say we say because they should have been locked up. Somebody should be locked up right now because if it was just cut and dry that his death was unexplainable, well, explainable, it would be out there. They would, okay, this what happened. But now it's too much corroboration, not cooperation, corroboration to say like they trying to hide something because nobody has clear. I mean, of what happened to this young man. And what's so crazy is the phone. The phone is the key because the phone being not with him, they can't establish his whereabouts. Ain't that crazy? And the people that had the phone, why was he without his phone? Why didn't y'all try to get it back to him as opposed to take it further away from where he was from, where he was at, knowing how everybody is with about their phones? Damn, that shit is fucked up right there. That A. Let me tell you that. Smash that like, share me out, y'all. Hmm? Let's go with that. Trump versus Obama, best economy. Let's get back into that. I think it's more to the story, but it'll come out because just as sure is everybody's thinking it's more to the story. And what's crazy is some of them know that it's more to the story because If maybe it was something about a fight over a girl, or just stuff that typical young men get involved in. But y'all know it's a problem with these young men in sports because Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf, Nolan Wales, this Bart guy, all the other dudes involved were seemingly athletes. Do we got a problem with athletes and drugs and um, that could be a privilege right there because a lot of athletes are looked at as above average in the neighborhood, in the city, in the state because of their athletic prowessness. People look up to them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I heard they kept the throat, and that's probably the part they need if he was strangled. What I want to know is they said they was doing a bunch of underage drinking, right? So the underage drinking, right? Who brought the alcohol? Who brought the alcohol? And maybe it was an elite group of people in that area that the Second Amendment. Somebody tell me what the Second Amendment actually says. Because like I said, there's a movie company called A24. But it's some kind of cover over with the Nolan shit. I could almost assure you it is. Five of y'all in here. Double tap that stream, fam. Let's get them likes up. Trump versus Obama. Best economy. That's the topic of discussion. Nolan Wales on the sidebar. Make sure y'all taking the poll. Let's look at the poll. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Who divided America? Trump, 41. Obama, 59. Okay. Obama got Trump, y'all. So far in the poll, make sure y'all take the poll if you haven't already. No, one of the guys that was associated with the killer was named Bart. He was 21 years old. So maybe he bought the alcohol. You can hear, if you ever heard the phone conversations, you can hear them say, "Damn it, Bart," in the background. You know what I'm saying? And whoever had the fake ID, they need to go to jail. Start with it. Whoever bought the alcohol, whether it was a parent or, or the parent that allowed it, and that knew, because they said it was on an island and it was more than kids out there, were some functioning adults. Yeah, Bart, 21 years old. They say maybe him and Nolan got into a beef about Katie. It's always Katie, ain't it? Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Who divided America? Take y'all pick, man. Y'all think Nolan Wales is the new mantra like George Floyd? You see how George Floyd joint jumped off quick. People was in the streets. Now with the Nolan Wales, they on their phones. Ain't that crazy? The shit that they need to be asking what happened to one of our babies is, is being to a YouTube trend. but a social media trend. Fight the power online. But this dope fiend guy dies, and we got in the streets and was willing to test shit up and travel and I mean, it's I mean, it's fucked over, man. Smash that like right now. What we need to be uniting with, I mean, smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Who divided America? Smash that like. Hmm. Smash that like, y'all. Obama, who had the best economy? Smash that like, y'all. Ain't too much going on out there, man. What y'all think? Y'all think can Obama beat Donald Trump if they allow both of them to run right now? Y'all think Trump gonna finish his term? Because they say Trump, they call him for some people call him for impeachment or some bullshit. Y'all think Trump will be able to finish out his term? So, the table's turned. Who'd have thought we would wake up in the morning and hear that Ukraine and Iran on the strange blows? Like, huh? What's the correlation? But perfect, makes perfect sense. Zelensky is Jew. Y'all say the Jewish is involved in everything. Who'd have ever thought that? You know what I'm saying? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Trump versus Obama, best economy. Anyone that votes that wants World War III. Charles Humphreys, do you see World War III on the horizon? Do you see World War III? I do. Like so much shit popping off. Who'd have thought that? Iran and Ukraine, but the link is Russia and the NATO are at odds. Here's the problem with Trump. Trump is in foreign countries' business. Take care of business in America first. John, exactly. Take care of home and then go do what the fuck you got to do. Hold on, let me pin that. And that's exactly what's happening. I believe it is, Charles, and I believe it will be also that he can stay in power. Because remember when him and Zelensky, and now him and Zelensky's bosom buddies. And does it seem like Zelensky has taken on the forefront of NATO? They rather directly deal with Zelensky as opposed to the rest of the people like the French and the Germans and the Netherlands and Sweden. They never ain't got shit to say anyway. They're no less factories to Europe and America because a lot of Swedish factories are in America that they create like missile mechanisms and all kind of stuff, man. Whether you know it or not, but you see, like Zelensky, they took the forefront of the war, maybe because as a whole, and then him being associated, is Ukraine in NATO? They're associated with it. Ukraine is more like the Warsaw Pact type of countries. When they was under the USSR, they finally got they released to run some of the money in like 1991 when the USSR officially like this broke up. All them Afghanistan countries that got all this money from wherever, probably from this word has been popping up on what they call rare earth minerals. We now are starting to hear that more and more, and that's what they fussing about. Resources, rare earth minerals. Ukraine has them. That's why Elon Musk wanted to associate himself with them, and that's why he was with the president. But seemingly Elon Musk stood back and got everybody's information for Doge, but took it and used it to fund his SpaceX endeavors. Now he's a trillionaire. He got pushed out of Doge and all this stuff, and the American people didn't like him, but he was also allowed to take all of our data with him. It's crazy. But yeah, Trump may be trying to stay in power by way of that. And that Trump 2028 might be, speaking of reference, he might be trying to put his son in power. Chilling, Longbeard. What's been up with your family? How's your day, man? Trump versus Obama, best economy. The Trump era is still popping, Charles. He still got a couple of more months. Whether it's crescendoing, it might be crescendoing. He might have reached his peak, and now everything is imploding. But he still got a couple of more. He got 2 years left, don't he? Smash that like. And a lot of shit can happen because look at what's happened so far since he's been in office. So now imagine the accumulation of it. Long beard. What's the weather like over there in Cali, man? What's going on with you? You setting up in the truck? Or you somewhere by the poolside with the Corvette warming up? You about to hit the desert. Or the casino. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Shout out all my peoples coming through. All my Americans. Working like always as an American. Trying to figure out what paint job is going to put on the Harley. Okay, have you tested it? Have you tested it out? What's the pros and the cons of it, Longbeard? Charles Humphrey says Trump is a lame duck. Can you explain to me the terminology lame duck? 102 today, couple of days gonna be damn, Longbeard. This be a good time to give out some free cold water to your fellow truck drivers and oil workers. Know what I mean? Can I challenge you to that, Longbeard, or is it a no-go? I'll respect it. Okay, too busy. Freeze up a case of water, man, and support your fellow Americans out there in the oil fields, Longbeard. Smash that like. Yeah, so they already got it. And for those of us that's lacking, you should freeze up, like I said, pass out 300 waters on the oil field, man. Fill the front. I'm probably sure they won't be mad for it if you fill up the front up with ice cold, frozen waters. Know what I mean? Do what you can do for your fellow Americans. I'm getting on another free ice cold frozen water this week. Okay, a lame duck is an outgoing president. Okay, Charles. But sometimes the lame duck attracts dead ducks. You know what I mean? One bad apple can spoil the whole bunch. So when Donald Trump leaves office, do you think MAGA will still have a foothold in American politics, or the people that surrounding Donald Trump, will they fade off with him? And do you think the MAGA structure will survive Donald Trump? Not JD Vance. JD Vance is a Republican. The MAGA structure of doing things. I'm thinking of red and gold Ghost Flames and a Niner album on the battery box. The the homie said 1100 to paint. Okay, okay, let me see that. Red and gold Ghost Flames and a Niner album. Okay, or the Ghost Rider actually riding a motorcycle with a 49ers jersey on, red and gold flames from the head. The Ghost Rider, and he got on the red. He got on the Frisco jacket. But that sounds dope. The Niner album, I mean, or a skull with the flames coming with an eye patch with the Niner joint on the eye patch. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Shout out everybody coming through. Charles Humphreys, do you think Donald Trump did his thing for the American economy, or did he come in and further wreck it? And that's always all he can do is Star Wars. He can do more than Star Wars. He can really fuck this economy up and have us super hungry, all of us. Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? It's a brick and mortar BMC too, Longbeard, that I got to keep up. You know what I mean? Sometimes the farmer got to go inspect the hen house. It's just is what it is. But y'all know, don't put all your eggs in one basket and don't count your chickens before they hatch. Smash that like. If you don't find a way to make money in your sleep, you're gonna work till you die. You said Trump need to end it, right, man? And come to the crib and stop all this fucking tomfoolery, man, and get back to what he said he was gonna do. I ain't know. I'm not saying that he can't come back and do one great again. Already get so far off in all this geopolitical stuff that, you know what I mean, he will lose his motherfucking momentum. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I ain't, I'm staying productive though, Longbeard. Longbeard, no, don't blow him up. Leave him the fuck alone. Y'all know it's a reason why they want the Strait of Hormuz. It ain't about freeing up Iran. They don't give a fuck about Iranian people. They want the Strait of Hormuz because of the Norwan Canal. They want to push the Norwan Canal as a alternative to using the Suez Canal, linking them to Europe. That's why Ukraine is involved. And, the Ukraine to be making a move like that on Iran, you know that the United States told them they can do it. Zelensky ain't got no motherfucking power. Right, they not scared, Longbeard. They fighting back. And simply they got a war chest too. They might be fighting back with American weapons. Zigzag, what's up with you? No, don't blow them up. For what? Leave them the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? That's what I say. Don't blow them up. That's crazy. Because it ain't the people that they fighting. They fighting the government. They fighting another business. This is a business war. They straight up, they fighting for chips, family. They ain't fighting to trying to free the people or you know what I mean? That's when you show you ain't got nothing. When you blow these people up. If you can't beat them with conventional warfare, settle out with them because it's all it's about is money. They don't go and free nobody. Name one. I mean, to go. It was about money. The same as with the United States Revolution, the American Revolution. It was about money. It wasn't about freeing nobody or making somebody have religious freedoms or none of that stuff. It's money. The Strait of Hormuz they want that shit to be linked to Iraq with the Norwan Canal and dam situation that will get them to the other side, like through Syria and Jordan, to get closer to Europe without paying the Suez Canal people. It's a war against Arabs, black Arabs at that. We're not seeing it though. NATO is not play. It's a holy war, actually, is what it is. And you see, the Iran is busting off on anybody that participated with them, because you know that all of them are family, right? All of the people that are in position in these Iranian, um, Iraqi, not the heads of states more likely, but the families. There was no borders. There was no Middle East before Lawrence of Arabia. Remember, all of them conducted business in the sands. It wasn't no exquisite Dubai Islands or UAE kickback resorts or even Saudi Arabian um, trips to Mecca. It was all wild as fuck before Lawrence of Arabia. Those people was put in position, and now they beefing with each other. It's more like a civil war. Why carpet bomb? Y'all is talking. So sick and tired of people saying Iran is winning the war. If America wanted to flex, but why flex muscle on somebody else shit? Because they not doing what you want them to do. You see what I'm saying? And so you are really supporting that America could just possibly flex. You know that when I hear things like this, take out the name Iran and put any other. That's what Americans will flex on them. When America, yeah, I know when America flexes. You understand what I'm saying? Now, we need to stay out of their business and get America right. And then if it's impeding on what we doing, then we go flex. So the flex will be more respected and in integrity. You don't go do something because you can. You do what you gotta do. I could tell a lot of y'all wasn't raised in the hood. The hood is a necessary survival sometimes. It ain't no pick and choose. Sometimes you get it how it come. If it's off the back of a truck, out somebody's pocket, or upside somebody's head, that's it is what it is. Get it popping. But to flex is for what? What prompted this? Out of nowhere, the blind side, okay? We got to look at that. And then why don't we, okay, for everybody that you frown on, for every 1,000 people you frown on, why don't you bless 10,000 people with a smile and something, you know what I mean, that they can work with instead of a frown? They don't know how to take you. Should they pat you in the back and give you a hug, or should they punch you in the face? But a smile, that's just what it is. Even if it's a creepy smile, you still, I mean, if you got a good sense of apprehension to know which one to interpret. See what I'm saying? Long Beach, you consider them, they've been punking us. This is America. Remember, we would have never said that in the 80s that somebody's punking us. America's been punking Americans for a long time. Ask Obama and the LGBTQ plus. Americans have been punking Americans, man. Not the Iranians. They've been trying to do them. They got a different lifestyle. They may have come up to a different equation. You feel me? In America, for everything they say bad about Iran, do you know that you ever heard of the Iran Contra scandal, where Israel and America sold Iran weapons? Ask Oliver North. They sold Iran weapons, and they brought drugs to America designed to start a underground business module, and where that the consumers and the salesmen all were, you know what I mean, refurbished to be different products, like prisoners and people on probation, and fund the judicial system as well as fund the Sandinistas and the Contras in Central and South America, these wild out socialists. You know what I'm saying? These communist groups that they was funding, pitting them against each other down there, and why they got the whole country addicted. You know what I mean? It was crazy. The 80s, everything that was good about the 80s, it was still under the gaze of a whole addiction, and not to mention AIDS, what they did to the middle class and the rich elite. They got them too. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Yep, America first, America only. But the only way we can really do that is to really get isolated and talk to Americans, talk to each other. Stop talking about everybody else and doing shit to everybody else. Let's start doing for each other and talking to each other. Right now, you notice that the most interesting conversation that we're having is about somebody else instead of the conversation of how can we better us as Americans. You understand what I'm saying? Heinz, maybe it was the capital letters. Come back in without the capital letters. And what's your opinion on Trump versus Obama best economy? It's like a relationship we need to learn how to forgive and compromise. Exactly, Bongo. Not forget, but compromise. Okay, let's get away from that. You know what I mean? Let's get to this. Because what's the goal? You know, set a soft goal and then a hard reality that we got to reach. And you know what I mean? As we start accomplishing these soft goals, communicating and working with each other, we'll get a better society. You know what I mean? And we'll even be able to live and function well with AI because if we got the house together, the service is going to fall in line. Or the service, shall we say. But that's the main thing. We as Americans, we got to realize that through our differences, we have similarities. All of us are narcissistic. All of us think our way or no way. All of us want what we want. You know what I'm saying? All of us are highly opinionated. And you know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Remember to be an American, that was some shit to be like. Loud, braggadocious, or quiet. You know what I mean? Cunning and calculated. You know what I mean? We came in all different flavors because you are aware that the number one product that America produces as a company is Americans, and they haven't been putting too much in the ingredients lately, or you know what I mean, the additives or the information and data. You know what I mean? Even the instructions been fucked up in another goddamn language. That we producing Americans or Timu Americans, family. I'm starting to see a lot of Timu Americans around here. Like, wait a minute. Let me see that tag in the back of your neck. Smash that like. You feel me? It's a bunch of Timu Americans running around, fam. Obama taught me that if you're still playing by the rules, then you lose. Ghetto rules, there are no rules. Exactly, Rick. But you know the word ghetto is Yiddish. It's a European word. It's terminology that was created out of separation of the Jews in Europe. They were put in ghettos, pogroms. Like I keep telling y'all, Google Jakob Fugger. He just dedicated a lot of them in Germany. You know? Ghent in Netherlands was a Jewish stronghold. Google what Ghent is. We got an area here called Ghent. And what's so crazy, it used to be a black community. You know what I'm saying? And then it turned into you know what I mean? It was a mixed community at first with a bunch of Hebrew in its base. And then it was black. Then it went both ways with the Hebrew and the black community until now it's a mixed community, but it's Hebrew in its base and the ownership is it's called Ghent in my area. It's right on the waterfront. And they say they call it Ghent because of the little bridge that looks like one of the waterways in Holland near Ghent. But then again, when you do the history on it, you say that it is heavily influenced by Jacobians and the black people coming to America and in America there on the waterfront. It's right up the street from what I told y'all the Carnival Cruise Line that in my area is. You know, the Carnival Cruise Line is nothing but the slave ship routes, the slave routes. You know, they say crazy sharks follow behind those Carnival Cruise Line ships because they used to follow behind the slave ships and when, you know, throwing the bodies off. That's what they say now. I'm convinced that it was a lot of systematic slavery going on, but for the most of it, it was in South America. You could tell the ports that were highly affected by people from another land by way of language and superstitions. Like I always say, from Charleston to Savannah is where you see the most influx of the people from the African diaspora. I mean, which they did mix and meld into America, but I would say for the most part, for 95% of the black people that were conditioned and had to be conformed into what they call it systematic slavery were native to the land. But Trump versus Obama, best economy. And Obama, man, Rick Campanella. I don't know, man. For everything that he did good, he did something that I don't really feel like he should have had did. or that he accepted. So, like I said, you got to look at all of them as the politicians that they are. Obama, he was good for the people that put money in his pocket. Because somebody will come in and say, well, what did Obama do for black people? He allowed black Jim to marry black Jim, black Jane to marry black Jane. You know what I mean? Because they were Americans and members of the LGBTQ plus community. Black people are a member of that, so that's what he did for black people. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be, you know what I mean, technical. Anything that any of these presidents do to Americans, for Americans, against Americans, affect Americans of all colors because that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Americans come in different shades. Like you'll come in. What did he do for? What did any president do for any Americans? Is the question that need to be asked. Smash that like. And you know what I mean? And in the same note, you'll say, what did, because Obama's supposed to be considered black. No doubt Trump is MAGA. So what did Trump do for MAGA? Besides make the gas high, make their groceries high, eggs as high as gas. Eggs are high as gas. You feel me? You know that's some shit. Eggs are as high as gas. What's the price of a 30 count of eggs in y'all areas, fam? What's the price of a 30 count of eggs? I buy my eggs by, that's what I buy my eggs by, the 30 count. Right now, right here, this is a good price for the 30 count. Because I done seen it as much as $7 for the same 30 count. Why do you keep coming here saying this shit, Booney? You know how many times you said you was caught your girl in the bed with your granddaddy? You got to get some more material, man. This guy, Booney. Booney, you got to get some more material. And until then, you're fired, man. Nope, you're fired. You got to get some more material, man. You've been saying this shit for like 24 months. Every 2 or 3 weeks, the algorithm will throw you in here. You got to be a bot. Let me go look at your shit. You got to be a bot, family. Wow. That granddaddy shit again. Oh, family. It's crazy when people are stuck in their way, even with the corny shit. Yeah, you've been doing this shit since 2015, 2014. Wow. It's crazy when people start believing their own, you know what I'm saying? Shout out on Booney though, man. It's 5 of y'all in here. Double tap that stream, man. 7. We fluctuating like SpaceX and some good cryptocurrency. Shout out to everybody that has came through and gave their 1-2s. Trump versus Obama. Best economy. You know? Yeah. Like I said, I done seen the 30 count at $7 damn near. Like, what? Smash that like. Trump versus Obama. Best economy, in your opinion. Make sure y'all get over there and show that support to the BMC Water Foundation too. Night dropping the cash out. Also, get over there and get you a BMC investor right now. You know what I'm saying? They going like hotcakes. Get over there right now. Turn in the notification when we have these dope conversations as Americans. You can come through and participate. What's the price of eggs in your area? 30 count. Somebody in the chat. Is it? Can y'all beat this price right here? If you're not growing them at home, I know a lot of y'all are self-sufficient farmers. Smash that like Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Right now, who y'all think will win a race between Trump and Obama? They right now they were allowed at this point. Like, yo, we about to do something special. Bring up Obama and Trump, and we about to see whoever win this race will become the president and take over. And the 4 years start over. You think Trump gonna pull some antics in 2028 with the political scene? I see it gonna get shaky though. It might be taken to the streets because if he don't give up power, relinquish power, think about all the Democratic socialists. They're gonna be waiting for this type of shit. They're waiting. They have yet to have their chance to shine. The militias, they're waiting. You know what I'm saying? January 6th, you know what I'm saying? The South gonna rise again, but now I'm speaking Spanish. You feel me? Smash that like, y'all. Shout me out. Who y'all think had the better economy? Was it Trump? Trump though came in here with the. See, the thing is too, as the more and more we get off into this technological world, the transparency, the transparency wasn't there as it is now with Trump. We have progressed so much in the last 5 years on how we get our information, how fast we get it, and who gives it to us. So, with that being said, I'll say I look at how Trump is doing and Obama will be only be by statistics for Obama because we wasn't too much into the technological age as we are now. As well as like, y'all imagine that in 200, let's say 250 years, we have come from one spectrum of technology all the way over to the other side where we're out in space with satellites and stuff like that. You understand? And they'll say this Earth is millions of years old. So it took us from this point to get to that point, but we got to this point that we're living in a small frame of, I would say, 200 years where electricity was being played with. So now it's not even relevant. It's some other shit. You understand what I'm saying? The technological leap that happened in like 200 years. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. What's the price of eggs in your area? A 30 count. Make sure y'all taking the polls. Look at the poll. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Trump 45%. Obama 55%. Okay. So far, Obama got Trump on the ropes with the poll of the most livable economy. Well, you know what I mean? Right now, it should be highly opinionated as opposed to Obama because Trump right now, we live in it. We under pressure. And if you not, give me the secret. Tell me what's going on. Don't take a picture with me. Tell me how you're making it so picture perfect. You understand what I'm saying? Like I was saying earlier, so many people are like, go to my page. I took a picture with this guy. Well, what did he tell you? He's worth $1 billion. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take a picture with him. Tell him, give me a snapshot of his portfolio. How's he getting his money? How is he there? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to know. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't deal in that. Well, go check out his. No, he's competition. Tell me how he got to that point. You know what I mean? Maybe I can figure it out. You know? Smash that like. It comes a time when you gotta level up and start seeing it for what it is, and your idols become rivals. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I feel. Is there comes a time you gotta level up and see the world for what it is. With anything, nobody is no greater than you. Know what I mean, you gotta stop putting these people in lights because of their opinions or you know what I mean. What about you? You know, it comes a time when you know what I mean, idols become rivals. You feel me? Especially when you know you're great. No, you can't be great, but he's greater than. No. What did Muhammad Ali say? I am the greatest. Muhammad Ali. Not, I'm one of the greatest. Allahu Akbar. Even if we give it to you in that Arabic, uh, God is the greatest. Not God is one of the greats. You understand? In any language. When somebody say I'm a king, they don't say I'm a kings. They say I'm a king. There's only one Highlander, even if you want to take it there. Remember the Highlander, y'all? Who used to watch the Highlander? Smash that like Duncan MacLeod used to get busy. Shout out everybody coming through, showing that support, man. There's 7 of y'all in here geeking and peeking and geeking. It is what it is. Trump versus Obama. Who had the best economy? NYC city run grocery store. Yeah, they've been doing that for a couple of months now, from what I know. But who's paying for it though, John? But how they gonna fix the rat problem there? You know what I mean? But who's paying for this? You know, all the rich people are leaving New York City, and the infrastructure is crumbling. For every huge multi-billion-dollar operation that leaves, that's a decimal point taken from how New York is looked at as its financial stability. You know what I mean? New York is the epicenter for so much stuff going on. Old world and, you know what I mean, the money trail starts there for like all these capitalistic things that are going on in America. That Chase Bank, all of that stuff. He is over there fucking up, man. He's also alienating a certain part of America that's American to be entrepreneur and to be self-sufficient and to eventually get rich. Because the main thing they're saying with Mamdani and the people like Mamdani is, get rich, huh? When you get rich, we're going to use your rich money to fund all of our, you know what I mean, projects, which is for the people. So then that's going to make everybody probably create like a glass ceiling where when you reach this, that'll be just enough so that they can't touch it. Instead of reaching their full potential and knowing that the richer you are now, the more money you make, is you're going to be a target by the government, which is already happening now. So we're living under some socialist shit with that. It's already happening now. They say if you make money, you better find a way to hide it or keep it going because the government going to take it. But I believe they are exercising economic and weather warfare on New York under the gaze of that smoke stuff that came out of Canada and it went all the way down to the capital to align them with it. Well, if we put it, it was in the capital too. They don't give a fuck about the capital. The capital is collateral damage. I think they were looking to put a little bit of destruction in the New York area to another. That's another way they gotta spend some money in, cause them to have to create a, you know what I mean? And even like the subways was flooded, which y'all say the subways always flood, but not to that extent. And at this time, it was a heat wave in which the heat wave stuff is unexplainable. It's like, it's not the old school heat. Remember the old school sometime when you go out there sweating? It's more likely now, if you look at your skin and stuff, it's not, the sun is not making you hot. It's more like microwaves. Can y'all feel it? And that's just my opinion. And the clouds seem like they done got closer. Remember the clouds used to be up there. You lay back and look up in the sky and shit. The clouds would be wet. Now you look up there, the clouds right there. And it'll be all clouds and it'll be 100 degrees. And then it'll be sunny and it'll start raining. And then when you come out, the rain be gone. You be like, damn, it rained for like 3 hours, but where is it? Right? Y'all ain't noticing that there's no growth in plants and stuff like that. It's people that are planting and watering, which they are, you know what I mean, inducing it by way of chemical and water and stuff like they are nurturing, but there's no growth in plants on their own no more. You don't see bees and flies, and when you see flies, it's like one or two of them. Like, what the fuck? Where the rest of y'all go? And that's crazy in it. But go out there in the heat. It's not the conventional heat that we used to. It's like more of a microwave. And that's just my opinion on what's going on. Smash that like, y'all. Check me out. Trump versus Obama, best economy. Somebody take a shot at that. Let's get them likes up too as we come in, man. What's your opinion, man? Trump versus Obama, best economy. Take a shot at it. And we was talking about who got the biggest booty and who can bust their gun the fastest and who running shit. Blood of Cuz, Vice Lord GD, Mickey Cobra. It'll be everybody in here. Or who's the best? Jay-Z, Biggie, and Nas. Everybody will be in here. But when it comes to, you know what I mean, using that mental, a lot of us shy away from it. It's not trendy to being to know like on a geopolitical, even a nationwide standpoint, to know the difference from gerrymandering and you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But you know when you hear somebody say, I don't vote, you know that when you don't vote, it's just like voting. When you don't vote, not voting is just like voting. And also it makes the voting pool just that small. Because whatever the person that's standing on, whatever they're standing on, maybe you might not be in agreement with it, they might can win if they can get more people to decide to vote for them. Ain't that crazy? You know what I mean? But the voting doesn't matter. That person that won, he already was appointed. They know, you know what I mean, the situation and which way they trying to go with it. So, in my opinion, they'll put whoever in position that can be the face of it. I mean, whose skin's thick enough for whatever agenda I mean, they're pushing at the time. Donald Trump is not the president of the United States. That's his secondary job. His number one job now is the commander-in-chief. He's more closely associated with the Joint Chiefs of Staff as opposed to Congress and Senate. The people that put him in power. Congress and Senate, they showed you they ain't got no power. They too busy fussing over, you know what I mean, straps, over seats. Ain't none of them talking. Name one politician that has an agenda that sounds something that could be probably worked out with Americans. They too busy fussing over seats and who has more in there. Like, that's some high school shit. Donald Trump running around here doing some dictator shit. He ain't got a bunch of them around him. Now, one senator and congressman is ever seen with Donald Trump like on some, yeah, we did that. No, it's all the military industrial complex. But we'll sit here all day and argue about Hakeem Jeffries and Jasmine Crockett and Mamdani, and y'all gonna fuck around and let Donald Trump take us to World War III and Mamdani and Democratic Socialists. And that means all the socialists that are aligned together, because it will come down to that the Democrats and Republicans won't have a say in what the Democratic Socialists or the socialists have. You know what I mean? The progressive Democrat or whatever they banner, you know what I mean? Because they coming on all spectrums too. It would not matter now if they come with their own, like MAGA. MAGA came with their own agenda. These socialists is the biggest problem. And we're going to too busy be fussing about seats in the Senate and the Congress that these old people are in. You know what I mean? We need to be putting these old people in rest homes and get some new blood in the political realm. That's why I say all my black people, all my Chinese people, all my white people, even anybody who has a culture-based ideology or thinking as an American, you're going to have to raise more politicians, more rabbis, more priests, more imams, more cultural figures, you know what I mean, more lawyers, more civil servants than a bunch of rappers and football players and, you know what I mean, cello players and stuff like that. We have more, got to get more people that is lobbyists for whatever you standing on. If you standing on the advancement of the black community, raise a bunch of lobbyists so they can go there and do just that. Create a bunch of judges and doctors and lawyers so they can know from the standing point of your community. You know, stop saying that we're voting because this, vote because of that. You know what I mean? That one thing that we have in common, or whatever that we latch on to. Americans, man, we got that. Our game be off because we too busy putting each other down and helping each other up. I mean, that's the number one thing. If you just go through any social media site, when you see something that's like a act of kindness, it's like an anomaly. Either somebody's gonna badmouth it, or the person who committed the act of kindness is gonna be ridiculed because y'all gonna go dig up something on them, or it's gonna be like anomaly. It'll go viral just because somebody's doing an act of kindness. When the norm is diss each other, make fun of each other, ridicule each other. You know what I mean? Backbite, double cross. Don't let it be the double cross, but the triple cross. You know what I'm saying? It's more trendy to hate on each other than it is to show positivity and unity. Smash that like, and that's in every community. Let's get them likes up, y'all. Shout out everybody coming through, man. Trump versus Obama. Who had the best economy? It might be good. How many abandoned buildings in America? 50% off rent. Baby, we can rebuild our communities. Job creations. Who knows? Anything is better than burden on. But shit, who's offering 50% off of rent? That means the value of these properties will have to regulate. So that would take some people that are probably considered millionaires because of the value of the land that they own. You know what I mean? Their assets. It's a lot of variance if these democratic socialists get in charge, man. It'll mean something to somebody who ain't got nothing because it'll probably put everybody on the same level with them. What it is a quick way for you to not have any assets, or all your dreams ain't coming true. If you want to be this successful business owner, you won't be under their regime. And I'm speaking of the socialists because it's society. All of y'all will be on the same level. It'll be cookie cutter. I don't see that being the basis of America, fam. It'll never work. Who divided America, y'all? Smash that like. Shout out everybody checking out the BMC. I gotta check the weather. Tomorrow might be a good time to get out there and do that 100 bottle of water ice cold drive. I gotta put them on ice tonight. It's been here for decades, John. Socialism, like any social programs, like free lunch and you know what I'm saying, minority assisted food banks. But it is crazy how the first day that they shut the government down a couple of months ago, the food lines was long that end of the week. Huh? They ran out of their savings that fast? Is that the economy that we living in? Even our soldiers and people that's working for the government are living from check to check. Because y'all know immediately when they did the government shutdown, the first day of the shutdown, they showed on the news that the food bank lines was long. Like, god damn, the same day the shutdown is when your savings, all of you guys' savings ran out. There was military people there and government workers. That was supposed, when the government did the shutdown, they stifled Coast Guard, branches of the military, government workers, all kind of programs, everything was shut down. So they was in the food bank line immediately. It just seemed strange. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out, man. Y'all remember that shit popped off though? You say Trump is the worst thing that happened to America since the Great Depression. Wow. I'll say, nah, so much other things happened to America that we aren't even aware of. So much other shit happened, man. Trump is just one of the things that's going on right now. The biggest thing that's going on right now, shall we say. is either Trump, whether you for him or against him. He is the biggest thing that's popping right now. You know what I'm saying? It's Donald Trump. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Y'all remember health is wealth. Make sure y'all taking care of yourselves. Smash that like, y'all. Hitting that curl ball while we conversate. Smash that like, y'all. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? A lot of banks changing their names too. What y'all think the reason being that? Are they merging into one bank eventually? Smash that like, y'all. John says, this is what's happening in Austin. Rental too high in downtown. They are moving out, which is bringing foreign investors to tear down buildings and build high-rise business buildings. Okay. In my downtown area, that's why I gave, did you see the BNC free water? Well, they are incorporating lower income, middle class, and upper epsilon all together down there. They got a McDonald's in their parking garage, and the public transportation like light rail and bus and everything is right in the middle of the community, as well as which like to get on a ferry boat is also, you know what I mean, within walking distance. I think they're doing some socialist type of shit in my city as I think about it. Smash that like, y'all. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? That's crazy. Is Austin like a metropolitan type of area? I know Austin. You know, Austin, Texas is known for their liberal arts, right? Like that. It's like a some kind of musical festival. So yeah, I know they are an intricate part of that area region's money. Smash that like, y'all. What about the house rentals? Is it more feasible to buy than to rent these days? Because now to get a good rental property here, you're gonna have to put like at least $2,000 in something that's worth it. You can probably find some um mid level like 1,500 for like, and I'm talking about a three um two or one and a half. And when I with the two and the one and a half is the note into bathrooms. A three, two, or three one and a half, you know, with the full bath and the didn't have the bath in the master bedroom. That type of situation, you're gonna have to put like $2,000 in, and then you gotta look at, is it ran off of gas or the stove electric? And then that's another bill, gas and electric, and then the water situation. Everything is gonna be on you. As by if you rent, maybe you can get some rentals insurance, and also you will have the comfortability depending on the renter of, you know what I mean, not being having the bearing the burnt of the responsibility of it, of if it's a problem at the house. Well, yeah, you gotta, you know what I mean, right now in this climate, um, look at the pros and cons of renting and owning. Both of them have their good and bad points. Coffee can make you sweat sometimes, especially hot and aromatic. Smash that like, share me out. What y'all think, fam? Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Smash that like, man. Let's get this conversation held. What y'all got going on this evening, man? Shout out everybody that's came through today and gave their opinion. The opinion was greatly appreciated. El, what's up? I'm doing good, El. Eliel. Eliel, it L. That don't care if you. What's been on Eliel? Yeah, man. Salute. That's what it is, family. What you been up to, Eliel? What you think about what's going on, man? Good to hear from you. Where you at, Eliel? San Diego somewhere right now? Eliel, gonna rock up. Gonna do it. Yay. What's up, family? What you been up to? You know what I'm saying? Shout out everybody coming through, all my super supporters. I get it, Eliel. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, family. Shout out everybody showing that super support. Oh yeah, they going after the facts. They brought out how much money did he make off of Big Pharma. Man, Trump made bills off of his pharmacy. Oh, was it that Trump RX situation? Is that why he was putting his name on it? You said the banking cartel. Okay. Who had the best economy, L.E.L.? And welcome back in, man. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Rocking the bells are gonna do it well. Rock the bells. That's what it is, Eliel. It's I-S. Yeah. I think he was in San Diego or LA last time we politics. Am I wrong? Catch me up on you, Eliel. You know how we do over here, family. Everybody went through the pandemic, John. I think that was more global. That was like a global fire drill. They don't know how to handle something if they don't put it to the test. You see how quickly it came and went. Sort of like the crack epidemic. It was a global fire drill. But the crack epidemic stood for a decade, whereas the pandemic was turn it on, turn it off. And that's just my opinion. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. Yeah. What you got? What you smoking on, Eliel? What you smoking on, fam? Sweet weed. That's what it is. Eliel, what you been up to though? Has it been an upward battle? Nothing but smooth. What? What's the climate on your side of America? You know what I'm saying? Shout out everybody coming through. Trump versus Obama, whose economy was more livable. Eliel, get over there and support the BMC Water Foundation too, fam. The uphill grind. But with anything, that's what it is, family. That's what it is. And it's crazy. It's always an upward battle, man. Anything you want out here, it's always gonna be a fight for it, man. Nothing is given. You gotta take what you want. That's what they doing, ain't they? They taking what they want. When you get your check, look down. They done already took theirs. Know what I mean? Would you say you were in a better position than in the last 4 years, or was it stable in its upward grind? And you know what I mean? And I say 4 years, I'm saying coming out of the Biden era into this Donald Trump 2.0 era, you think it was still that same upward grind, or had the dynamics change because of rising gas prices and the economy being wrecked like it is? Y'all notice on that Nolan Well stuff, everybody that is associated with it claimed to be his best friend. All of them. Like, he didn't have. If he had all those best friends, how did they have anything to do with his demise? Like, wow. With best friends like that, that's crazy. Smash that like. It's like possibly 20 people that know what happened to him that should be in jail. I am in still in Colorado. Jobs out here are thin. Wow. Would you say, was it because of them breaking the chain of the migrants? Because immigrants and migrants are two different things. The migrants that they got rid of or chasing down, would you think because they broke the economic chain, whereas they supplied I mean, they did their thing and they made it because it ran away certain industries. Y'all don't have a replenishment center like a Target or Amazon, Walmart, Temu even. Y'all don't have any of those replenishment centers because y'all notice they taking over as the number one place to get a job in these metropolitan communities, as even these rural. It's either a replenishment center or a penitentiary is the number one job in these rural areas now. There's no more factories, no more Ford and F-150s and um, tempo plants and all that shit. All that shit outsourced. Don't you locked up? Locked up. Y'all know that that's the same stuff that Hitler was claiming about people. That these people are Jewish shields and this and that. And now y'all can't even wear Hitler's shirt or cut your mustache like Hitler. You got to your head down. You know what I'm saying? Don't you see that the same rhetoric that Hitler was spitting, you're now spitting it, but you're justifying it, huh? So what next? Down with the Jews, right? Come on with it. Y'all notice that? Y'all are still spitting the same rhetoric that Hitler was spitting. You just took him out of the equation and used him as the scapegoat. That's the bad guy. He did this to Hitler, to the Jews. Damn, L. All robots. See what I'm saying? That's what Hitler said. Locked up. You still spitting that? You spitting that socialist? That's socialist rhetoric. That's socialist talk. And y'all notice that 95% of the original socialists were Jewish. So they're no less Antifa type of shit. The original socialists, even Karl Marx, the one that they based all of this stuff off, was Jewish. He was disgruntled with religion. So he went at it on a atheist type of, viewpoint. Sure it is, locked. And it's all muddled on yours. Because if you can't see that, do you know about Trotsky and them? They was just Jewish elite people, kids and shit. Stalin was a pure communist out of not having none. He was willing to get together with everybody else. But Trotsky, he was a democratic socialist. He ran in Mexico. And now we got Sandinistas and Contras all over the Western Hemisphere. Wow, what's the next big industry? What's the industry that's employing the most humans in your area, L? But yeah, like the same stuff y'all spitting, it was the Jews and all that. Hitler was spitting the same thing, so what makes it so different now? And remember, the same people that was against Hitler are the people that empowered these Jews and gave them their own little piece of land from took somebody else's land and gave it to them. And now you're saying they're the problem. And it doesn't make sense, but it makes perfect sense. You always point the finger, never owning up. Okay, the grocery. Okay. like supermarkets or the grocery replenishment centers, like farms and cattle and stuff like that. DB Coastal, what's good? The topic is Trump versus Obama. Which one of them had the best economy in your opinion? Who had the best economy? Trump or Obama? And what's going on with you, Coastal? How's your day, family? That's what it is. Thanks for coming through, showing that super support. Okay, the supermarket. Okay. Okay, so they just got the supermarket. They don't have the replenishment centers. Who? How do they? How does that go? Is that so they outsource everything? You must be close to the highway. You must be close to the highway. Like when they used to do this stuff back in the day, a city would spring up off where a river was, a waterway. Okay, can you name 3 reasons why you say Obama? And it's not the debate. Just get your opinion as an American, because we done had Trump, Obama. You know what I mean? Both of them suck. All kind of different opinions today, Coastal. Okay, that explains it, because a lot of times, you know what I'm saying. So anything that's revolving around the quality of life is what's going on there, like a bunch of nail salons, laundromats, anything that's consumer driven. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Honestly, I can't say a specific reason. I just know I didn't struggle near as much back then. So now what would you say the reason though why you're struggling though? You say you can't say the reason. Is it because the dollar ain't really got any buying power no more, or what? Is it the dollar? Because y'all know, even though the dollar, y'all just look at it's the dollar. It's not, because just look at go in the store and try to buy something with the dollar. You at its lowest form. Go in the store and try to buy something with a dollar. What you could buy with a dollar during like the Reagan era was way different with what you can buy for a dollar now is a good way to explain it. And you know what, matter of fact, do $20, because a dollar don't even really exist as just tax on tax on tax. It's something you give your kids to play with these days. You see that white guy George Washington on that dollar? You know what I mean? It doesn't. It has no stand. You can't buy shit with a dollar. So do $20. Go try to buy something with $20 and think about of other presidents. What their $20 got you. You understand what I'm saying? Right, DB, because the dollar is the dollar that we spending right now. That Trump dollar ain't got no backing. It's 70%, you know what I mean, foreign interest. Before we even get the dollar value, is 70% of it got to go to somebody in motherfucking Beijing, uh, Dusseldorf, Germany, somewhere. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Trump versus Obama, best economy. So far, we've been having different, you know what I mean? And y'all been able to explain why y'all support either one of the guys. And, you know what I mean? I've been able to see that for the most part, on both sides, y'all got the same opinion, but with whatever your particular candidate, that's where you kind of relate you going through it. Like, but can y'all honestly say you are supporting Trump with this gas stuff and the high economy? And that's just in my opinion. I don't think nobody should be supporting him or saying Daddy Trump. And it kills me when I hear an American say Trump is the smartest man in the history. What the hell? All right. But it is what it is. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out, man. Trump versus Obama. Best economy. What y'all think about Iran and Ukraine bumping heads? You think it's going to be a peace treaty, or are we setting it up for the Ukraine against Iran fight, where we fight a proxy war by way of Ukraine, which we already supplying them? Is that what just happened? We don't outsource the fucking Iranian excursion so we can seemingly back out of it, and then we'll negotiate Iran and Ukraine's, you know what I mean, One, two. And then Russia will be able to negotiate with us too. Is that what's happening right here? The United States is going to fall back and let Ukraine take their fight. There's something going on with it, y'all. Smash that like, man. Shut me out. I know we're gonna be fucked once they started with the checks for COVID. I knew it will mess up the money somehow. You can't give out money like that and not expect cons to come with the pros. But that's what it was expected, family, because if you think about it, it was just for data and analytics. How people spend the money when they get it, where does the money go? What are they willing to do? You know what I mean? Just a lot of you know that people had to actually put their paperwork in to do this, to get all that money. That's why they're arresting the ones that was overly abusive of it, to make it look like it wasn't on purpose. But I think it was all an experiment, because the same website that they was giving out to people on the PPP money, you know that website immediately after that COVID changed over to a website that was more to the migrants that were in that long ass migrant train coming here from South America on up, and they stopped in like Guatemala. You know, there was a website where they could get in touch with the U.S. consulate and set up an immigration meeting and also get funding to support themselves on the way to the, you know what I mean, United States border. And it was a deal with the Democrats that if the Democrats would have got in power again, they was going to bring all these people in. You can go and check that. I'm not going against the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm not siding anybody. I'm just saying political facts. There were thousands, millions of migrants at the doors in Guatemala waiting to be released to come through Mexico. What happened to it? You can go do the research. What happened to that long train of people? Did they just absolve? Come on now. You know, Trump and them was sending people back, but what happened to those people that was trying to get here? Remember, it was those long trains of people, man. You kind of found out the United States government had something to do with that too. They were like the same program, and now it's that the national parks on that joint, and it also has how those people was communicating with the government to get citizenship or to get a appointment to get there. I mean, chilling beans and rice. Beans and rice. What happened to that long line of migrants that was coming from South America at the gates right before Donald Trump got in office? What happened to them? What's their story? That PPP stuff was just, you know what I mean, they needed all that data and analytics and what about get people spending money. And also the fire drill aspect of it. How you gonna know how to handle a pandemic or anything like that if you don't, you know what I mean, do a fire drill and a basic run through. And if they tell the people that they ain't gonna go for it, it'll be, oh man, what? You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like that. I don't think Trump had something to do with it to help his campaign against the border. Well, he knew about it because all of them know about the politics that they doing. He knew about it because remember he used to be a Democrat. So he knew they were going to do it eventually because these data and analytics be like 20, 30 years old. They implement steps. You know what I mean? So he knew it. They told y'all in 1989 that the South was going to rise again. Godfather, what's up? But they didn't tell you it was going to be speaking Spanish. You feel me? What's up, Godfather? How's your day, family? What you got going on? Godfather, you got a new motorcycle too, didn't you? I know my boy Longbeard did. Okay. You got to do more research on the beans. That's what it is. And when you get the research, leave your information that you find underneath this exact live stream. You know what I mean? Leave your opinion on it. After you do your research, beans and rice, I want you to come to this live stream, Trump versus Obama, whose economy was more livable, and give me your 1-2s on it. And smash that like. Shout out everybody out there living the dream that Godfather is also living. What's up with you, fam? It's 84 degrees out there, but it feels more like 100, and it doesn't seem like that old school summer. I'm telling y'all, it seems like we baking. They got us in a goddamn air fryer, I bet. Smash that like. Trump versus Obama, best economy. Okay. That was Longbeard with a new motorcycle. I think he did a dope trade for it. I don't know why I was thinking you had just got a new bike. Yeah, I think that's why we bake it because of these data centers. They done turn these motherfuckers on. You know, with anything, like you turn on a car, anything, combustible energy, you know, is the spark. It seems like they done turned them shits on. And now, and y'all notice the clouds seemingly like they're closer to the fucking, they're closer. Remember, clouds used to be far back. You be like, is that a Smurf? Look up in the clouds now and you look and it's just clouds. Like, this shit is smoke like Gotham City. And you notice the sun to be out and it be raining. Why is there no cloud? It's sunny and it'll be raining, and then the rain will just disappear. There's no more puddles. You know what I'm saying? Everything is dry. It's something going on. Everything is so dry, man. That harp, yep. I'm telling you, shit is too dry, man. You think it used to be easier to get in? Reason is must respect, family. That's what it is. What's up with you? Trump versus Obama. Who had the best economy? What's up with you? How's your day? Reason it's. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. What was it? Some Indians or something like that, right? Okay, just chilling. What part of the country you in, Reasonist? What's the climate like, y'all? What's the climate where everybody at, man? What's the weather, man? Shout out all my Americans, man. Trump versus Obama, the best economy. Who had the best economy, man? In your opinion. Shout out everybody that's been coming back and forth, giving their little 1-2s and making this shit pop. You know what I mean? I got a installer's bike here at the shop. He's been trying to sell for a while now. It's an older Harley, a racing bike. Okay. Maybe talk to next time you see Longbeard in here. In all honesty, Longbeard might be trying to snatch that joint. DB Coastal. Where you at? You in Mississippi, right? Longbeard in here, Godfather. There's a couple bike enthusiasts. Peace. What's going on with you in the UK? Peace. What part of the UK you say you in? Was it Bristol or one of them spots? 86 high today. Okay. Right now it says 84 sunny right now. That's crazy. Okay, north. What's in the north? Is it Bristol? What? Is it near Scotland? Is it on the same side as Wales? Is it off the coast? Is it near the Isle of Man? So you a Manx? Smash that like. Shout out everybody coming through, man. The North Coast. Okay. But what's your little town? Your little shire? Your little patch? He's got to keep it here in the shop to hide it from his wife. Told him it's not to buy another one. Wow, DB Coastal. Dang, that's crazy. That we living in a day and age that we still gotta hide shit from our wives. But that's a good thing to hide some of leisure and pleasure that don't include a bikini and a bra. You know what I'm saying? So he alright. So I'm gonna get rid of it. It's cheaper to keep her. Smash that like, y'all. 10 of y'all in here, man. What's going on? Okay. Okay, near York. Okay. Okay, good old school. York. Saxon. You got plenty Saxon in your blood, don't you? York is famous for their pudding, ain't they? Among other things, the Duke of York is a title that's given out all the time. Sort of like up there with the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York are the two main titles that you want to have. If you're the Duke of York or the Prince of Wales, You getting that Branditsky. You up there. You in the line for the king. You somewhere near the king. Okay, Triumphs, Nortons, VSAs. Okay. Them Triumphs are good old school bikes. Yep, sell it, get rid of it, try to get a, you know what I mean, a return, or just break even and be done with it. You know what I mean? The old adage, happy wife, happy life. Keep it Gucci. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like, shout out everybody in here, all my fellow Americans. Y'all will find out if we politic long enough, we got more in common than we have, you know what I mean, differences. But we got to realize that and stop pinpointing and standing on our differences as like a shield in defense of, you know what I mean? We should be trying to help each other as Americans, not knock each other. But when injustices happen, we should be able to stand on them as Americans together and point them out because we already know it's racism, it's economic warfare, it's weather warfare going on. I mean, and it's being practiced upon all of us, not just you. Every group is experiencing some form of warfare attributed to, I mean, happy hubby tell the wife get chubby. Shit. Who the fuck want a bone but a dog, homeboy? Shit. Godfather, tell the wife gets chubby. Chubby in now because you know they can slice it up, they can work out and thicken it up. Them chubby Jones look like goddamn on dinner now. Go look. Them bony ones looking like crystal meth. Now the chubby ones they doing sit ups and the barbells and they got the motherfucking curl Jones and shit. I mean, and they don't cut that chubby up. That chubby looking like yummy now, family. But just keep it real. It is okay, reasoners, to disagree and agree. That's how you come to a conclusion and on a particular subject. It just, I mean, politicking. Sometimes it might get heated because a lot of us as Americans are highly opinionated and also we're narcissistic, stubborn, we're stuck in our way, we're used to getting what we want when we want it as Americans. Everybody. You know what I mean? It ain't just a fruit all Americans. And that's how we're looked at outside of our community. From the world's view, we're looked at as these, you know what I mean? Nah, for real though, Godfather. Shit, them thick motherfuckers. Them bony ass girls, man. At least in my community, bone ain't in no more, man. That was that Europeanized version of a woman. Thick and voluptuous. I mean, tell them cut it up. They can do some sit-ups and some jumping jacks and get on that, I mean, elliptical and that little running machine and cut it up. Ain't nothing wrong with some thick buttocks, but cut it up. You know what I'm saying? Smash that light. Ain't nothing just nickel and diamond with it. Handle that weight. Smash that light. Ain't around with a little chunky as long as it ain't funky. Salute. Smash that light. Shout out everybody coming through, showing that super support. Leave a comment below. For those of us to catch this on the playback, get over there and turn on the notification bell so when we have these dope conversations, I mean, we can try to get consistent, y'all. Catch us at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, a.m. You know, you got to get back on schedule. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Y'all notice I had that picture up of the the Islamic young lady, and that shit went out. They kicked me off YouTube with that shit. That was just crazy. Thus far, my shit did not do that up until then, but it is what it is. Smash that like. Who divided America, y'all? In your opinion, somebody. Godfather, what's the political climate like in your area? Were you in the same jurisdiction that Marjorie Taylor Greene was rocking with? I know y'all in the same state. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene might run for president. Would y'all vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene? Trump versus Obama best economy is the topic of discussion. So what's up now, y'all, with the diarrhea lettuce? Y'all notice that ain't no more news reports or nothing about that. What happened with the diarrhea lettuce, right quick? Like that shit came and went. Now they was talking about garlic powder and all this other shit. Like really? Is the diarrhea lettuce shit still around? Double tap that stream, fam. Let's get on the other side of 50 with this. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to look like we living in 1984 for real, man. What's so crazy? It's starting to look like that. And there's an audio book posted for uh, 1984. Get over there and check it out if you haven't read the book and you feel more comfortable just listening to the story being told. 1984 audio book. You know what I'm saying? She represents Northwest Georgia. I live north. Okay. And that's crazy. But from her, the way she was doing her thing, would you support Marjorie Taylor Greene if she ran for president? Even if she ran for governor of your state, would you support her? I don't see why she stepped down if she was just mad in opposition to Donald Trump. She didn't even finish out her tenure, did she? No reason you think why she stepped down. I don't get it, but maybe she was complacent with a lot of stuff that Donald Trump did, and before she allowed herself to be, you know what I mean, put up on the cross for it, she stepped down to distance herself from it. So if anything was brought up, she could use it that it was Trump is just trying to put mud on her name. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? That's crazy though. I would have never stepped down from my position unless she probably felt like it was because of Donald Trump that got her position. So was her position that closely associated with Donald Trump? I just don't understand it. Smash that like, y'all. Margie Taylor Greene was one of those. Why did she? You know what I'm saying? Okay, salute, Godfather. You vote for Marjorie, so she seems to be pretty fair. And a lot of people say she's not pleasing. She alright. She got a. She, you know what I mean, she got a good image. She's not some old hag or something like that. And she coming back. She coming with a background in business and finance, right? She is a business owner or something like that, right? Y'all notice that older men are at the forefront of politics. The faces, the you know the meat and potatoes of politics is a mixture of different nationalities and women. But we always hear about the Mitch McConnells and you know what I mean, the George Bushes and the what was dude that was he was in the office for Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney was whatever he was swirling around the fucking U.S. political scene since the 50s. But you vote for her as president, Godfather? She might make a run at it, and she can get enough oligarchs behind her. It doesn't even you don't even it doesn't even matter what the people say these days. If you can get an oligarch behind you, you can make a good run at president. And especially one of them like the Peter Thales that they say is behind J.D. Vance and Elon Musk and all the oligarchs that were up there with Donald Trump when he got inaugurated. You know what I'm saying? Right, she bucked on him too, Godfather. A lot of people are not taking notice of that, but I did. Marjorie Taylor Greene bucked on his ass, and she was calling him out on a bunch of shit. She was like, he was recruiting certain politicians to help him carry on the campaign of, I mean, separation in Americans. She was telling that shit. She even admitted that she engaged in it. So you know what I'm saying? It's so many, you know what I mean, viable candidates for the presidency. Because all of us supposed to be able to run for it, right? Anybody, any American citizen can, as long as you know the age and all that stuff, right? But yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she got there got off on their ass. Yeah, okay. So is she still associated with MAGA, even though she disassociated with Donald Trump? Did she disassociate with the whole movement? Because she was big. It was, remember, Trump was surrounding himself with all the women with blonde hair or nice looking women. It was crazy. It was almost like Gaddafi had those female guards. Remember, let's think of Trump 2026 when he first got inaugurated. Go look at who was around him. He had a bunch of women that sort of like blended in with his wife. It was all on some stage type shit. He was putting people like Tulsi Gabbard in positions that they don't even have experience in. It's crazy, man. He was going more off of aesthetic than professional background. Yo, what's up, Rob? What's up with you, family? How's your day, my G? Shout out, Rob. The longest running BMC supporter in the game. Tao Bob. It's been days when it been just me and Rob. Politicking, family. What's up with you, Rob? How's the family, man? Who had the better economy, Rob? Trump versus Obama. The United States has been divided since its founding, rather than being divided by a single person. Okay, reason is, and that's true. I agree with you. In the division, that's been where the control was. I met Tyler back in 2022 at a Trump rally. Taylor, what would, what did they say, Godfather, when you met Taylor? Is that what they call her? Marjorie Taylor Greene. They call her the Taylor in Georgia. That's her Georgia name. You know Taylor from up the road? That sounds like some old uppity ass white girl though. Taylor. Ah! Either it's some British guy named Taylor that a little shit, or some, super uppity white girl that's cool as fuck named Taylor. Where's Taylor? Out there on the back with all the weed? Know what I'm saying? Know that Taylor. Smash that light. You know how we had the Jody is the Bobby, the Valley girl. Okay, that's what it is. That fits her. She looks like a Taylor. Goddamn Taylor. How tall is MTG? She like she grew up around horses or something. Or, more earthy. Smash that light, y'all. Trump versus Obama. Who had the best economy is the topic. Rob, what's the weather on your side of things in California, family? And Rob, you went Longbeard 49er fans too. Okay, what you got going, Rob? 100. Woo! It's 84 right now here. I had to get back on my BMC Water Foundation on my giveaway. Smash that like. Oh no. That's Flash. I just dropped the link. Flash got a review too. Flash just got a review from can't even think of the brother name right now, but if you go through my community board, go to the BMC community board, you'll see where they gave Flash a review on his gold operation. It's pretty legit. I've been invested in Flash for a minute, man, and his gold stuff, Flash in the pan, that is. Okay, 5'9". Okay, so kind of like when you look at a woman that's being tall. But Longbeard is he work in the oil fields in Cali. Yeah, Flash, yeah, he just got a review, man. Go through the community board on the BMC. I shared it out. Now the fact, I'm gonna put a Nightbot post where y'all can go check his review out too. Let me write that down. Make a few adjustments. Shout out everybody coming through showing BNC that support. Okay. Smash that like, y'all. Yeah, I gotta add a plug for my boy Flash. And he got a review. Because a lot of people ask him, what is he really, doing? And it's really like he'll get you into panning for gold. And there's nothing real serious in it, but every bag that you buy for him will be your money, get your money worth for gold. For just, it's the novelty of it. And we talking about this guy by the name of Flash in the Pan, where you can buy gold like by the bag, and the guy gave him a rating. Ola, you know what, right? What would Trump say right now, Ola? You're fired. Smash that like. Stop calling that man wife a man, dude. Come on, man. Come in here with some facts. Trump was really in my city at the Atlanta Dragway. That Trump rally was in my city at that. Okay. Yeah. The rating was dope. I'm gonna drop the video. I'm gonna add a link into the live stream to show y'all what the link is, and it'll explain what exactly what the process is, and it'll also give you the link to Flash in the Pan site. Yeah, I'm gonna add a link into it for my boy Flash in the Pan. You said it's higher than 90s to 100s here for like 3 weeks. Yeah, here too. But then it had this break where it got a little goddamn on, and then it turned back up. You know, that's worldwide though. The whole planet is on fire. I'm curious to see how this winter gonna go. You think it's gonna be hot summers, harsh winters? You know what I mean? We're gonna go from desert to refrigerated desert. Because y'all know even if a desert can be either hot or cold. Are y'all aware of that? The biggest desert is in Antarctica. Right. Smash that like, y'all. Did Obama or Trump have the best economy, man? I've been getting some crazy answers today, some unique answers, and some answers that's right on point. On all, some people for Trump, some people for Obama. It just depends on the demographics and analytics too. It just depends, fam. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. California aquifer is almost dried up. We are still giving water to Arizona and SoCal. Wow. Is it because of money and they don't? I mean, right? We didn't get a winter. We're not even getting a summer. We didn't get a spring. We came like the weather has not changed since it turned up. It was hot one day, and then the next thing you know, it was the norm for it to be like 90 degrees every day. You know what I mean? And I'm telling you, it's not that conventional heat either. It feel like we're in a sauna or a microwave or some shit. So they can live in the desert and have grass, right? Okay, okay, y'all use it all up. So I bet you the water bill is high as fuck in Cali. Here, see, we have these artesian wells all over the country, all over the state where they you can buy them. If you, some different um metropolises have the on these stores of water. Trump first term was good for me anyway. Okay, it was good for a lot of people. Damn, that's why even when I wash dishes, man, I turn it off when I'm not using it. When I don't have to play, you know how people just have the water running and shit. I don't do a lot of that. Even in my I conserve because you know what I mean. I know the value of it. You know what I'm saying? Even with lights and stuff, I like a lot of light. Like the little when you can control it, you can cut off everything or don't have too much plugged up. You know what I mean? You want to know why your electricity bill is high? First of all, start with yourself. You know, are you cutting off all lights? Are you unplugging shit? Are you just, you know what I mean, using it like because it's there and whatever they charge you, they charge you. You got to be more conservative. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. You say the AI wasting water for real. For real, kind of found out they've been doing it for years though. Just on Google Verizon data centers. They've been doing this shit for years. I know where a data center is, and a few of them, I never could understand why do these phone companies, they still maintain residents in these places. The people don't work there. It'd be like these buildings where they don't have no windows, and you're like, what is that? Have you noticed that they've been in our communities? At least I could take you to one. Then I could take you to where a house is that's a water either it's water in there or something. It looks like a regular house, and it's right up the street from the data center. It's probably how they get their water pumped to them. Yep. And it's right out in the community. And the Verizon data center looks just like it's like some kind of shit out of the fucking uh 1984 or some building, just no windows, just what's that purpose? And you see the Verizon logo and a few trucks in the background and cars and stuff. You're like, what's that? The parking lot, you can tell nobody really works there large scale because the parking lot is ran the fuck down. There's more interest in the building itself, and it's been there for decades. I keep my thermostat at 70 pretty much. I keep it at mine at 69. I'm in the brick, so you know that brick holds that heat. Okay, 2 loads of wash once a week, 1 load of darks, 1 load of whites. Right? I'll say two. Yep, me 2 loads. 2 loads. Yep. Because this shit can be costly to just wash anything. Wash a little ass shirt. For what? Make it count these days. Because if you don't, they will. They gonna make you count. You feel me? Right. Time is time. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Let's say they sealed humans inside a fake Earth for 2 years. Here's what's went wrong. Wow. He retracted that junk, Rob. The HOD. I'm telling y'all, they gonna mess around and the Democratic Socialists gonna take over America. And they're not even gonna realize it. It's gonna be too late. It's gonna be too late. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. I better shower twice a day after I put the adjustment on female until the hot water runs out. Remember to have a adjustable shower head in your house was a amenity. At first, everybody had the same little. Remember the big sunbeam shower heads and all that shit got popular. You know what I'm saying? Now shit is the norm. The first thing you look at when purchasing a home or even renting an apartment is what the bathroom looks like and the amenities. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Trump versus Obama. Who had the best economy? Make sure y'all get over there and turn on the notification bell. Make sure you get over there and get you a BMC investment. You know, support the Water Foundation. Both first terms for both were good. Okay, Godfather. You know what? That was gonna be one of my choices too. They both did good. You know what? That's crazy, but that's true. Until they got corrupted, their first term, that's what anything. Their eyes be doughy. You know what I mean? They don't know really what it is until they get a taste of it, of what politics really is. They start to change. You can see that with any of them. The progression from being wholesome and in their outlook until you look at them and they almost look devilish. Even Obama, he don't look so cheery. He look like he can do some shit. Like, and they have to have a thick skin or that gangster mug, you know, to be able to articulate what a president has to do. But I don't see him doing too much president stuff right now. I'm talking about Donald Trump. He's more as the commander in chief. But I mean, all of them, when you look at them, really, it's like Obama came in, his hair was dark. By the time he ended, his whole head was damn near gray. With the, you know what I mean? There's a tremendous burden. You know what I mean? That the whole country is at your, you know what I mean, beck and call by way of being collateral damage. And in your name, the powers that be want to take it to war, and everybody would be lost. You would be the reason. You would be the collateral damage. Smash that like. 13 of y'all in here watching right now. Trump versus Obama. Whose economy was more livable? Whose economy was more livable? But I'll go with Godfather. Both of them had their good points, and then Obama seemed like he was money driven by way of the LGBTQ, which was his number one lobbyist, and Trump, he's with the oligarchs. Everybody has a price. Obama oversaw a strong recovery from a crisis, while Trump's pre-COVID economy had strong numbers which was better depending on the measures you value most. Okay, salute. Reason is different data and analytics are why we are opposed or are with certain. I mean, I got you. To me, Obama fucked up when he came out with the Affordable Care Act. And what are some of the things that the Affordable Care Act instituted that you didn't like, Godfather? And it's not a debate, just to, get your opinion as American, because right now we are dealing with the what is it the Safe Care Act, ain't it? This one is the Safe Care Act, ain't it? The Safe Act. There's always some kind of act. All of them seem like control mechanisms. Smash that like. It's 11 of y'all in here. All 11 of y'all as Americans. Double tap the stream, man. It's free. Thanks for that. Double tapping that stream to number 32. Showing that integrity. Let's get it up. It's free, man. As Americans, I mean, we like to pay for shit. That's crazy. Everybody as Americans, we go out to dinner, and if you got some money in your pocket and try to impress, you're going to want to pay for it. Go home, be in the bed crying or thinking about it. God damn. And the gratuity. What happened in no tax on tips? You know what I'm saying? That type shit. As Americans, smash that like it's free, man. And it's not the electric chair. When you smash it, it's not going to shock me. You know what I mean? It's going to get me out there in the algorithm so we can politic. Trump versus Obama, best economy. Take your pick. Who divided America? What you say? Obama effed up. That's what it is. Why? How did he F up? Whose economy was more livable though, y'all? In your opinion. Somebody take on that question. Doubled the health insurance premiums and raised medical care overall. But don't you think that didn't that have something to do with Bush? George Bush, what was Bush doing? I think all of that stuff just spills over until somebody gets it. I mean, they get a chance to tweak the shit. Trump divided America more than anyone. Trump has had a horrible economy. Obama had a good one. Okay, Just. That's what it is. Relax. Smash that like. That's what it is. Charlie Kelly. Trump is the best president in the history of the world. Which world? You know what I mean? Whose history? And which Trump? You must be talking about Fred Trump. Donald. But it is what it is. Charlie Kelly, can you tell me 3 reasons why you consider Trump the best president in the history of the world? That means out of all the presidents of any country, he's the best president. Can you tell me 3 reasons why you say that? And it's not just a debate, just to see as an American where you're coming from with it. And smash that like. Your opinion is greatly appreciated. Also your participation, fam. That's what it is. Let's get them lights up, y'all. 17 of y'all in here, man. Double tap the stream. It's free. It's not the electric chair. And what's your opinion, man? Trump versus Obama, best economy. You say Roosevelt was Bradley. What's going on, Bradley? Which Roosevelt? Theodore or FDR? And Franklin. Which Roosevelt? Theodore or Franklin? Because Franklin was got there going in a wheelchair. He supported LGBTQ by way of his wife, women's suffrage. He was like one of those toss-up presidents that we don't often hear about, but he was an anomaly because he was handicapped first and foremost in a wheelchair. You know what I'm saying? By way of polio, and he was doing numbers, as well as his wife was very instrumental in a lot of programs that women. DEI was in its advancement. Women's suffrage was being taken care of under Eleanor Roosevelt, Susan B. Anthony. You know what I mean? Teddy Roosevelt was some shit. Teddy Roosevelt, he was privileged all the way. He didn't do shit. When he ran up San Juan Hill, he came after the black people took it over and planted their flag. He went and planted his own damn flag, the narcissistic motherfucker that he is. Teddy Roosevelt was just everything wrong with government because he had no value. His value was in his willingness to be just the face of a bunch of debauchery. What did Teddy Roosevelt do? Like, Franklin Delano Roosevelt had a more substantial impact on society than his cousin, man. All of that time was the oligarchs was running America because Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, and Eleanor Roosevelt are cousins. Ain't that crazy? Man, his daddy started the modern conservation, but y'all know that George Washington Carver tweaked it. He was the advisor to several presidents and people that had something to do with the conservation in the natural parks. He did more than just play with peanuts and all that shit. They always attribute him to create peanut butter, which he did not. But he did a lot of research and made a lot of stuff out of peanuts. But his number one thing that he worked with was the sweet potato. And at the time, it was more marketable to try to push the sweet potato in the black community and the peanut as a national. They was trying to get the, you know what I mean, the guru popping as opposed to, you know what I mean? They were just keeping that staple, the sweet potato, which ain't even a potato. It was more in the South. Well, he fired 200,000 government workers. He took away government food cramps from kids and got Elon in government. Well, Bradley, this ain't the place to be then, but it's the place to be. I don't want the country to fall. That means we're all going to fall. If the country falls, you do realize that when you talk about stuff like that, that's like cutting the tree branch while you're sitting on it. You understand? On the wrong side of it. That makes no sense. You want the country to fall. And this always being said by somebody who ain't really got a pot to piss in. I want the country to fall. Of course you want it to fall because then they'll be on the ground like you. No, you are aware that the country falls. Anything that you love is going to fall. That's why I don't wish nothing on Trump but prosperity. I know it's a thin line between love and hate, but it's just like that. I don't want nothing to happen to Donald Trump as opposed to the bad policies. I know it's going to happen, but you know what I'm saying? We're going to be the collateral damage. Yeah, he did to federal positions like inmate 1, inmate 2, inmate 3. And he gave them long-term jobs, 30, 40, 50 years, as all of them do. He appointed some black federal positions. Yeah. The Edo Empire lasted like 800 years in Japan. That's some good government. Yeah, but it lasted because it was an isolationist. I mean, and it didn't last through peace. In that whole 800 years, you know how many samurai wars, you know how many shogunates and espionage and intrigue. It wasn't all peaceful for those 800 years in Edo. Do your history on Japan, that's a warrior state. But the reason that they did prosper is remember when they first started having the European invasion, they went back to their isolation. Theodore Roosevelt didn't save anything, Bradley. Neither one. They were both screwing people over. Zionists ruined America. I go for it, Nate. Zionists paid for America too, the people that y'all consider Zionists. He did not push major federal civil rights legislation. Man, the black people he put in position, he didn't put them in position because they were black people he was empowering. He put them in position because they're fellow puppets that, I mean, are going to be willing to play their positions. Y'all got to understand that. None of these presidents, no matter what color they were, did anything to placate anybody as a whole that didn't put no money in their pocket. If your people wasn't a lobbyist, you didn't reap the benefits from them being president, and you will not reap the benefits. Money talk. All this other stuff standing on civil rights and none of that shit works. Reasons. It doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't put no money, you don't expect Obama to do nothing for black people if they didn't give him no money. You know what I mean? If they didn't pay for either brick in that black Obama library, don't expect black people to have any representation there. Anybody that has representation where any of these presidents put money in their pockets. Look who was there when Donald Trump got inaugurated. The oligarchy. All big business. Everybody that we frequent. Amazon. DHL. Reddit. PayPal. Cash App. All of those people were there. BlackRock. Nobody was there from, I mean, hood. They was too busy jockeying against each other to get the job. A lot of jobs Donald Trump gave out, the people that he put in position have no knowledge of it. Israel is our ally right now. If y'all know anything, they have merged the military intelligence of Israel and the United States. For what? I don't know. But we'll soon find out. And smash that like in the meantime. Share me out. Let's get us past 50 on the way to 100 in this live stream before we're over, family. What's good with y'all? Make sure y'all go over there and turn it on. the notification bell too, so we have these dope conversations. You can know where we at, man. Yeah, it's a money game. It's always been a money game, fam. It's always been a money game. Shout out everybody coming through. Trump versus Obama. Best economy. Let's get them likes up, fam. Let's get them likes up. Shout out everybody coming through, man. There's 10 of y'all in here right now. Double tap the stream, man. Get over there and turn on the notification bell. What's your opinion on Trump versus Obama? Who had the best economy? Yeah, as long as you, and that's what I'm saying with Democratic Socialists, and knowing from your studies and your experience with them Godfathers, do you think on a Democratic Socialist style of government, do you think we'll be able to make money being entrepreneurs and, you know what I mean? Anybody with a good portfolio and that's up and down with their stocks and highly invested, that's being an entrepreneur because you're making money outside of the norm of just your check. You understand? Your basic day-to-day rat race, you know what I mean, capital, you're expanding your, you know what I mean, your reach and your money streams. It's always best to have more than one money stream in this climate anyway. But smash that like. LEL, they have all the money they can ever use. Now it's been about control. The money they can use now is shit. And you only gotta have the physical form. All you gotta do is put a decimal behind something. And there it is. You know what I mean? In your face. God damn, if it's a dope jam. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is, LEL. It's decimal points now. Cash money don't exist. There's so many different variants and form of currency now too. Y'all notice that? They done snuck it in on us. So now we would accept Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, stocks, any gold, silver, and it's, you know what I mean, so many different variants of commissary and the way to conduct business. Cash App, Zelle, PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, Chase Manhattan. Yeah, the socialists gonna take it. Oh, that's why I don't like them. LL gonna rock the bells. You're gonna do it well. Rock the bells. LEL, what's going on? Welcome back in. Absolutely not the Democratic Socialists. Yep, they're gonna take it all. And then we gotta remember the other group that's among the Democratic Socialists was the neo-Nazis and that really pushed that hard line racism and ethnic, you know what I mean, cleansing type of stuff. You know what I mean? Because not only are they against all ethnic groups, they also with the color, you know, Spanish and Black and Latino are also on their list. You know what I mean? With that, and they're closely associated with democratic socialism by way of being pro-Nazi. You know, and I still say those people that's in America, they interpreted socialism and that Nazi stuff in a different than it really was meant for. Like they only gravitated to the violence and the hate part of it, as opposed of it on a political or even a I mean social standpoint. They gravitated more to the hatred that was implemented in it instead of, you know what I mean. So we got to look out for those people that's involved in the Democratic Socialists too. Smash that like. Obama's economy focused on recovery and rebuilding jobs after a crisis, while Trump's pro-COVID economy had low unemployment and strong labor market. That a better economy depends on whether you value jobs, wages, or affordability. Okay, but I would say that Obama's dollar was a little bit stronger every time than Trump. Okay, and now even nowadays, that the economy seems to be managing, and you know what I mean, we're all one step away from, you know what I mean, a crescendo, but it's stable. And even with all the cuts in jobs and the relocations of companies and stuff like that. You know, when we used to depend on the Ford company, the Ford plants and the peanut butter plants and popcorn plants and I mean peanut farms and industry that we had in America. We used to pride ourselves on being American made. Now it's few and far in between. You know what I mean? That's what it is, Charlie Kirk. What's up, Charlie Kirk? Dead? Much love, my G. What's up with you? Jobs, wages, affordability. The last things that reasoners said was the main things that matter here. Jobs, which the wages for the jobs, and can we afford America with these wages? Jobs, wages, and affordability. It should be on every American mind. Blessed day, Charlie Kirk is dead. That's what it is. What's your opinion on the Trump versus Obama best economy situation? Who would you say had the best economy, fam? Yeah, but you know the neo Nazis and the white supremacists fall under that democratic socialist banner also. Either whether it's for just to hide and push their racist dogma, or that really is a part of their belief. You know, not all of them got democratic socialists by way of Mao Zedong in his Little Red Book. Some of them came through the democratic socialists by way of Trotsky and the white Bolsheviks. You know what I mean? Who went more as with the democratic socialists as opposed to Lenin and Stalin, who were the red ones, who were strictly communism, and also by way of people like Adolf Hitler and the people that supported him and implemented democratic socialism in Germany, which was also had its background in like military. Germany was one big ass mercenary camp and industrial corporation at one time. So they had its basis in being controlled. So when Adolf Hitler came, by way of some rich people, y'all can't believe that him and his thugs just took power like that. It was by way of the people, the oligarchs, Mercedes Benz, even Ford in America had its, I mean, hands in it. You know what I mean? So we also have those democratic socialists too. And like I said, the ones in America, like the Antifa in America, they got the concept wrong. The Antifa in America are just the young rich kids who want to marry, guys want to marry guys, girls want to marry girls. They want to be furries and play Call of Duty and smoke weed and drink yoo-hoos and Sunny Delight and eat, what's that shit? All day. You feel me? And that's who Antifa is. And also the neo-Nazis that's in America, they just people who read Mein Kampf and all they got was the racism out of the book. They didn't get the political and social structure or even the science and technology based agenda that they was trying to implement for the Aryan nation, as they call it, which Iran means the home and the land of the Aryan. So who knows? But they'll only take the racist out of it. How Hitler, they think that that was about hating a Jew, kicking a ninja, and you know what I mean, getting over on the chink. You know, that shit is crazy. Like they take the, you know what I mean, they separate the English from the Dutch, and it's all white. You know what I mean? All white folks, all European. You feel me? If you understand what I'm saying, smash that like, get over there and turn on that notification, and get over there and get you a BNC investors. The super chat is popping right now, so feel free to engage in it. You know what I mean? Hit it like it's from the back. You feel me? You know what they say, once you go black, you never go back. And that's what it is. Your opinion is greatly appreciated. Trump versus Obama. Best economy. Who had the best economy in y'all opinion? For those of us that's peeking and geeking. Somebody. DJ, what's up with you? Trump's economy is Israel and Argentina's economy. America first, my ass. Argentina is only relevant these days, in my opinion, is because they have missiles from America there. You can't tell me that America ain't got no missiles in South America. It is what it is. Other countries, America's allies, are turning their backs and joining China. No, America is turning their backs on their allies and joining China. America's joining China, okay? Because China is what's happening right now. That Pacific doorway ain't been exploited by these European colonizers. So now, with the fall of Europe, which is just a little peninsula, they are going to do business with Asia, which has been exploited, but now it's untapped in its rawest form because the colonizer out of there. So it's every man for himself now. It's still little third world countries that you can glean a little bit of money out of, remember? And we already got the infrastructure set up. We got Alaska, whose coastline is larger than the whole mainland United States coastline dealing with the oceans. You know what I mean? Ellie, yeah, you say you on the fresh puff, my G. That's what it is. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. There's no single answer for who had the best economy because they inherited different conditions and faced different challenges. Okay, I go for that, Resonance. I'll go for that. What y'all think, y'all? Resonance says there's no single answer for who had the best economy because they inherited different conditions and faced different challenges. Also, the dollar was different. Each one of these presidents, by way of everything that encompass the economy, are coming in with a different form of the dollar. Some were dealing with the digidollar. As of late, some have been dealing with the petrodollar, the gold standard. You know, every dollar is different. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like, y'all. Double tap that stream. It's free. It is not the electric chair. Don't be afraid. Trump versus Obama, who had the best economy? I got this 26% THC shit. That's not that strong, Eliel. 26%. But for a casual marijuana smoker, okay. But if you really want to, it's like 30. Smash that like. Shout out everybody out there medicating their minds, smoking that good, good, and all my fellow Americans. So oil prices are going up now. You better bet they're going up, DJ. I seen it, you know what I mean? They're going up. And you know that what that means? Oil is used for more things than just cars. Oil is used for more things than just cars, man. You better bet it's going up. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. It's used for fertilizer, anything plastic, Teflon. Is involved the production of everything. Oil. It has its base in Tupperware. All this dollar store shit is based off of oil. Even the clothing that Temu and all of them sell, go look at. It's not cotton and polyester. They selling a form of like synthetic materials, man. Like all this stuff you buy from Temu and stuff, it be synthetic. And oil is the base of all this stuff, man. Petroleum. Even to the emoluments that we put on our skin are petroleum based. Chilling family, what's up with you? Mr. AP. AP, what's going on with you? What's going on with you, AP? Cooling, my G. Cooling, man. What's up with you today? Workflow, laid back, smoking on some good motherfucking diesel or a cookie or something. Victor, what's going on? Hey, Black. Came by to give my buddy a like and say that Trump is an arrogant, pompous, self-centered, egotistical asshole that needs to be bitch slapped. Yeah. Salute, Victor. That's what it is. Smash that like, family. Enjoy the rest of your day. Your opinion is greatly appreciated. If you ever get the chance, run up on them. If you can do the crime, you can do the time. Slap the shit out of him. What are the chances of that? If you ran up on Trump, Vic, would you smack him? Godfather. '08, I was making right at 100K a year. 2020, I was starting to hit 2K now, maybe about 240. Godfather, but is this with all investments included or just off of workflow at your job? Salute, Victor. That's what it is. DJ says even generic pharmaceutical companies are increasing their prices. Everything. Have y'all seen that commercial where it looks like it's in a Walmart, but it's like a smiley face emoji with a Donald Trump wig on, and it's going around changing all the prices high? People are falling out in the store. The lady is pulling the gas pump out. Little kids are crying, and steak is high as, you know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen that commercial? And it's like a it's promoting some kind of website. It looked just like a Walmart commercial. All right, Victor, that's what it is. Enjoy the rest of your day, Victor. Make sure you turn on the notification too, fam, so you can know we having these popping conversations, my G. Shout out everybody coming through, man, showing us, man. What's your opinion, man? Okay, so shit, you seeing plenty progress. Would you say was it because of the economy, or is it because your experience and then your investment in the company, Godfather, and then the investment that the company has in you? Was it because did you advance in these years that your money doubled up, or was it because your company was bringing y'all up to speed and keeping y'all up with the current pay in the economy for the service that you provide? Fungus says Jesus is better than any mere worldly man. Why would you say Jesus was a unworldly man? You said than any unworldly man. So can you explain that, Fungus, among us? And welcome back in, because you should be in here one time before saying a bunch of bot stuff. It's all good though. So explain that Jesus is better than any mere worldly man. I mean, smash that like. That's crazy. Can y'all hear me? I just went through a reconnecting something. That these people terrible. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. It's 10 of y'all in here, man. Trump versus Obama. Who had the best economy? Okay. Definitely the skill sets that I possess are linked to my salary. Okay. And do they also provide training when it is like a new technological advance, or more wording, or a different style or way of doing whatever you specialize in, Godfather? Is that the more you take those training and it increases? Because that's what it's about. Sometimes it don't have nothing to do with the economy, especially if you're in a field that has its own niche where it's more of a supply and demand type of situation. We got to stop getting jobs and go create careers for ourselves, whether it's by way of entrepreneurship or linking yourself to some kind of apprenticeship or craftsmanship. You know what I mean? We got to stop just getting jobs, because y'all see all the just getting jobs are getting obsolete unless it's like at one of these replenishment centers. If you ain't working at Amazon, FedEx, DHL, anything that's supplying the widgets and whatnots to the people, you ain't doing shit. Burger King, McDonald's, all of that shit is few and far in between, and gonna become obsolete, because they're gonna eventually have a Burger King replenishment center where you order online and they send it to you from the replenishment center. You better check DoorDash. They done took out the Habibi stores and the middlemen and the mini marts and established DoorDash Mart. They have their own Habibi store on DoorDash. Okay, so you gotta see that they're gonna take their money. They don't find a way to monopolize the Habibi stores and to their advantage. That's what DoorDash is. And they also have linked mainstream America's shopping quadrant to it. You can buy anything from DoorDash right now, from a shovel and some dirt to plant some petunias, to a pork shoulder, some Coca-Cola, some aspirin, candles, doormat. You can buy anything on DoorDash. Y'all do realize that, right? Obama for 2028 says, old timer, name 3 things you would want Obama to do if he became president in 2028, old timer, 1957. Name 3 things you would like to see come out of him becoming the president again. Smash that like. Absolutely. I go to school about every 2 years for some sort of new tech. That's what I'm saying. Involve yourself, people. This young man, Godfather, you know what I mean? See, he has made himself a useful, you know what I mean, adaptation to the company, being able to be assimilated into any aspect of it. You know what I mean? Go take a course. You know, put a little something behind it. You know what I mean? Even like if you're working in the setting where, look at where the middle management at. Go put yourself there and then think about management. But be ready for it. Equip yourself with the tools or whatever field. If you're in the ditch and you want to get out the ditch, you want to get in the truck and wear the hard-headed vest and eat your sandwich every day at 12 in a cool truck, find out what he had to do to get there. Some of it is based off of nepotism, but some of it is hard work and it's technology and putting a title behind your name, or a these days a college joint ain't shit in the real world. You got to have some kind of apprenticeship, a certificate, as opposed to unless you're working on Wall Street or some, you know what I mean, liberal type of shit. You know, I was summa cum laude at Woodbridge State. Now it's more as, you know what I mean, I went to this apprenticeship program, or I started off here doing this. Like, but that's what it is, fam. A lot of times people don't pick a career, they go get a job because it's convenient, and then it's, you know what I mean, necessary. You're just trying to eat. So I would say if you do have the choice as opposed of a job and a career, like say you do come from a stable background, whether it's on the lower side or the higher side of the income, if you come from a stable background, I say put more emphasis on a career. Even if you're up in age, it's never too late. If you're trying to stabilize yourself or in your community, put more interest in a career. Even like I said, if it's on your entrepreneurship, if you got a background in car detailing and stuff like that, go get you a used van and put a water tank in the back of it, and you'll be surprised because people are not adhering, you know what I mean, to this big business, but they have to. Like a lot of people are signed up for paying $25 a month now for these. When you drive through the car wash, remember that used to be big money back in the day. If your dad drove through the Exxon car wash and they pulled the car along, oh shit, what's happening, Dad? You know what I mean. When it first, now that shit is, you know what I mean. People, that's part of people's monthly, you know what I mean, expenses to have that, you know what I mean, and they're popping up all over the country. Those automatic car washes where they give you the option to vacuum and do the little service detailing in the car bays free along with the car wash. You say you turned down management positions. Okay, okay, and it happens a lot like that. It also happens that a lot of times people will be working at these companies for 30 years, but it'll become somebody that come in and make more money than them off top. It depends on what pay scale they got you on. Some people are still working on a pay scale from 1990. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, the more you work there and get these amendments to your job skills, that determines your pay, not in your position like management. I see. Smash that like. And your 401k, or do they have a dividend linked to your 401k where you also receive residuals every annual, or know what I mean, from some dividend money or something like that? Because you see that, you know what I mean, have a lucrative in this, because a lot of times people don't realize that that 401k is a valuable piece to have. And if you've been working at a lot of mainstream companies and acquired it, some people are leaving like a bunch of stuff on the table when they don't go back and see what they money was invested in, or if a dividend payment occurred or something. It's so much money that we leave on the table sometimes in our fervor for advancement in life, and also just the change, because we leave most of the time when you leave a job, it's also always with your head down or disgruntled. They didn't do this, I didn't do this, or you know what I mean. Nobody, you know what I mean. It's not fashionable these days to leave a job because it's just advancement. I didn't want to take the pay cut and lose the bonuses. Okay, Godfather. So some of your people that are looked at as your superior look at you as their, you know what I mean, go to, you know what I mean, because your knowledge and experience, you're their superior. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Trump versus Obama, best economy, in your opinion. And shout out everybody that came through and that's coming through, showing that super support, man. Smash that like and leave a comment for those of us to catch this on the playback. I mean, Trump versus Obama, who had the best economy, or any on the married events that's going on in America. What's your opinion on Ukraine and Iran seemingly bumping heads in these terrible times of war and I mean and misrepresentation? Like Donald Trump got in and said it was going to be make America great again, and seemingly is get rich and don't pass the plate. Hey man, smash that like, man. You know, but also remember, it's get in when you fit in too. The way America's set up, you can make a little money these days. A little, apply some pressure to, you know what I mean, to it. Apply some pressure to it. I am untouchable to management. I only answer the VP of engineering. Okay, that's right. Make yourself untouchable at these jobs instead of touchable, vulnerable, and sometimes not liked and unwelcome. A lot of times people, you know what I mean, even especially people that get a little bit of position, they become tyrannical with it. You know what I'm saying? King of the janitors and that type shit. You know what I mean? Be humble and whatever power that you acquire out here. That's the basis of it all. It ain't who you are and who the people that you conduct the business with, is how you treat them. Is basically how they probably gonna treat you. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. And like Nightbot says, hey, BMC will only be reading chat responses directly to BMC. This stream has an amazing life of its own. Feel free to engage in this combo with each other because it's therapeutic. And that's for real, y'all. Being Americans, man, we so oftentimes point out each other's differences and what they ain't doing. But what we got to realize is, what are we doing as a whole, family? Remember, people was donating blood, and when you vote, you be proud to have your little pin on. Like I said, 4th of July, you got American flag on. But now is all that shit, it seems like it's shameful to be Americans. We're ashamed of each other. Is that even right? We're ashamed of our neighbors. Our neighbors are ashamed of us. It's got to be. Because, you know what I mean? We kicking each other, man. We down. Smash that like. Trump versus Obama, best economy. I'm telling you, it's more marketable that me and you fuss all day on this as opposed to trying to get the situation rectified. Ain't that crazy? Alright, time to make the donuts, family. Godfather, thanks for your input. Greatly appreciate it, my G. Go make it happen, you feel me? And from what you say, very lucrative shit, so damn right. Go get ready for the donuts, fam. Greatly appreciate it, man. Greatly appreciate it. Shout out everybody checking the BMC out. Make sure y'all get over there and turn on the notifications so we have these dope conversations. And take heed, stroll back if you ain't see the positive game that was just dropped. Godfather was, you know what I mean, giving it to you raw. You know what I mean? It's, sometimes in life you get what you put in. You live a bullshit life, you get bullshit, and it is what it is. Sometimes out of bullshit, you might get a little sunshine. Depends on how deep you trying to dig. Smash that like, y'all. You dig? What's the last book y'all read, man? A lot of times, history and all those type of things are being things that you're not interested in, and even the art of reading is becoming a lost art. First it was writing in cursive, and now it's going to be reading books and not hearing it on an audio. And which I do have a cool little audio book I'm going to post. If y'all familiar with the book 1984 and you don't want to read it, here's a cheap, affordable way to listen to the audio book. Can y'all see that? Y'all see that? The book I got posted up there. Smash that like, y'all. Depending on what media device, if you want a laptop or a computer, you're gonna see it down. But if you're on a phone and in your stream, you'll see it above you. You know what I mean? Anybody ever read that book, 1984? A lot of that stuff that they spoke about in that book seemingly is going on right now. Smash that like, and once again, salute for all that super support, Godfather. That's what it is. It's 85 degrees. Hold it steady. Smash that like. Shout out everybody showing BMC that super support, man. Democratic Socialism explained by Levi Kevin on 2013 page guide published in November. Okay. It is a 213 page guide published in November 2025. Okay. You know, Democratic Socialism, I'm telling you. I see it as the next frontier in politics that's going to get attention, whether for good or bad. I see that. That's the next frontier that politics, with the way that politics, I see that's the next wave. They're going to get their chance to shine. Starting with Mom Donnie getting y'all ready for it. You know what I'm saying? Mom Donnie getting everybody ready for it. And then they're going to spring it on you. The book aims to explain the history, core ideas, and modern application of democratic socialism in simple, everyday language. Okay, okay, okay. So what did you get from the book? What did you get from the book? Reasonings. Smash that like, y'all. Do you think democratic socialism is a candidate to be a political powerhouse in America? You think it is a good fit for American politics and for Americans? Smash that like. Now that y'all watching, man, greatly appreciate it. It explains key concepts like economic democracy, social ownership, and universal programs while contrasting democratic socialism with free market capitalism and authoritarian socialism. Obama's wars don't affect gas prices in my country. What country is that? Sorry, not Maya. What is that? Guatemala? What country you in? And smash that like. Shout out all my international supporters that come through. Smash that. So you saying Trump's wars do? Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Make sure y'all leave a comment below. And if anybody that's in the chat stream that's in agreements with democratic socialism, leave a comment below underneath of this live stream. I'm just curious about your opinion on this democratic socialist stuff because I don't like it. I don't. It sounds funny to me. It sounds creepy because there's too many people that are hiding underneath of that banner, man. When you really get down to democratic socialists, it could be a myriad of different people that you come up with. I just experienced them too when I was at the No Kings rally. It was a lady out there that was democratic socialist. She was super sketchy, man. Like for real. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Smash that like. So who had the best economy, y'all? Look how you can trust one with so many bankruptcies. Remember when he couldn't come up with $500 million for bail money? No USA bank would touch him. They reduced his bond. Right. So that right there shows you that he's not the most powerful person on the planet. A lot of these people that back Donald Trump act like he's the most powerful person on the planet, John. He's the most popular figurehead right now. By way of, you know what I mean? He's not the most powerful man on the planet. People fail to realize that. He's the most powerful puppet right now. Yeah, but that ain't no funnier than the dude that got killed that was associated with Cash App. He was barely a millionaire. You would think that he was instrumental in creating wealth conduits like was it Cube or Square that was Apple and all that stuff. But then he went over to Cash App. He was instrumental in a lot of stuff dealing with money. This guy that got killed on West Coast, he got stabbed by somebody that was supposed to be his friend, and he got stabbed because he was supposed to have gave his friend's sister drugs, weed or something. It was some sketchy shit. But then it was the same guy that worked on the DigiDollar with America. So I guess they wanted him to take his secrets with him. Who knows? Who knows about that? That guy that just got killed that was dealing with Cash App. He was the Cash App guy. Yeah, he is a puppet, man. He's a puppet. Donald Trump's a puppet. He knows it. I mean, shit, but he's becoming a wealthy puppet. He's seemingly trying to get in where he fit in before, I mean, the roof fall in. And that's how it is, fam. You see how he's setting up that nobody can go into his family's assets and audit them or what happened. That's some old, you know what I mean, that's against the people. But you know, like I said, Donald Trump is not for the people right now. He's doing what the Democrats and the Republicans couldn't do, is come to a conclusion with the um, military industrial complex. They managed to get a foothold in geopolitics. It's their turn. You know what I'm saying? The unseen corporation. You know, we living under 3 or 4 different governments: the federal government, state government, and then it's just citywide municipalities. And also, we living under 2 different forms of government. Is where the Democrats and Republicans fuss over who's going to be the next collateral damage or put up in lights as the poster child for what we should be doing as Americans. And then it's the military side of it, the industrial complex that it is. Donald Trump got the guns behind him. That's why he talks so much shit. What's going on? See, Lady Wilson, Trump versus Obama, who had the best economy? Who had the best economy? But now he can come up with the money through power moves. Is that what he was betting on? Because you're never supposed to go to war unless your money right. You think is that what he was betting it all on? That he was going to come in and be able to come through and get some bread? Is that what you think Trump was betting his money on? Making some bread. Smash that like, man. Shout out everybody that came through showing their super support today too, fam. That's what it is. And gave their opinion as Americans. Trump versus Obama. Who had the best economy? Smash that like. Trump versus Obama. Best economy. What's your opinion? Leave a comment below for those of us to catch this conversation on the playback. We're going to wrap this one up. Thanks everybody for coming through, showing us